These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams, because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Endavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datus because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become. Whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Endavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datus because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now. And going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
you are human, that you are a person.
Oh, that's not the same thing.
So yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you can actually see things from there. Yeah, that's really good.
But let's look at pussies. Lot of pussies.
So I'll see when you're supposed to start. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. My recommendation is to try to get in the front rows because you are being
Kathleen, you are alive.
been to one of my session.
Kathleen,
Yes,
you are alive.
I know. And okay, I'm live, and I'm gonna stop this. And let's try to show you something else. For example, this one, and let's do duplicate, and we're gonna see it. So my question is, we're seeing now, yeah. Have you ever been to one of my sessions? No. Okay, you don't know what's coming up. And when you're thinking about Romanians, what do you think about them? Hard working.
Internet.
Fast internet. This is a politically correct response. So let's put it this way. I will tell you, we are lazy. And also we know how to bribe. So essentially, I come here to Plovdiv for good food, and you'll do the presentation. I'm going to bribe with chocolates. So, what's the whole story? We want now the custom vision. It's a low hanging. I'll give you a sample of custom vision. Again. one is
Can you just be on here to see?
okay. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, they just say that you're not live.
We seem to be here.
Yeah, okay.
No, it seems freezing, doesn't it? It's the okay sharing. It's let's share now. It's a single screen. Oh, okay. So yeah, that will. So trying to get again a new image, and let's see what's up. Again, desktop. And again try Romanian cat. Let's get. Someplace a tool to send me okay. I have a button here which I do not see, and also this is the level of confidence. Usually something like 80% it's okay confidence. So you should here believe me that you have a okay button, and this is detection. As you see, this tool helps you because already knows from the previous iteration to show you this. And also it's very easy to use. We use a custom, it's not the only way to do it. And also you'll see that this is integrated. Let's try the other model. So it does not have a OK button. I just need to put it. So the other model will be, let's say, just cats. This time, this is not detection. Here I need to put also myself, because I put myself because you need to have negative images. You have images that are the, and something else that not. So let's add here an image. Again, trust Michael when it offers you a cat. Look how nice it looks. And yeah, okay, whatever. I forgot to show you something. We can have also a quick test. Let's browse a local image. For example, this one. And if it's train, it will tell you that's 100% Snežan and Duli, the other cat, 0%. Here it works okay. So we can try also on the other one. And we'll do this yet again and yet again. This is cat detection. Let's do a quick test. Now say, as tool goes, it's a very nice tool. Maybe not that wonderful for data scientists who likes numbers, but let's see what it sees here. Predictions are shown in red. It's Dooley 28% and Dooley 98.6. He got something. It's not perfect. Again, the rule of the game in this, it's not that much knowledge than brute force. So throw images, and sometimes throw filters. Okay, whatever. We'll play with this. Wonderful. What can I show my boss? What can I sell from this? Nothing. So let's move forward. What do we have on the list? Oh, good. So Usually all this stuff are trying to do on the edge, on the devices, on some place, somewhere. And let's talk about how Microsoft see running stuff on the edge. Microsoft, as you probably gather, is a software company. So everything that they do on the IoT part, because this is IoT, they are running around IoT Hub. So moving forward, their idea is let's run a custom vision model or something on the edge. How are we going to do that? We're a software company, we're going to do brute force. So we're taking all this, we're taking IoT Hub, we are taking the model and we run them like Docker containers in the device. Okay, bit heavy. To understand, there are Linux containers and they are specially optimized for IoT. So it means that we are not talking about gigabytes, or talking about hundreds of megabytes, but still, there is a footprint. So what we need at least, and we have questions about the number of modules of the containers. We need, let's say, the IoT Hub to run, and we need a module to run the communication between containers. And the payload. At least 3 containers we need it on the device. Okay, what's Azure Percept? Azure Percept is a software and hardware offering for custom vision and sound. Because it also can do sound movements. What is the difference with it? So this is Azure Percept. I will try to run you through the. I must emphasize this is Azure Percept version 1. We're talking about version 2. This is a central unit, something like the power of Raspberry Pi, more or less. This is made by ASUS. This is the development board. This is the vision part. Here under the radiator, it's a special chip who knows to recognize thief. It's doing the inference. It's doing that, but in hardware. And let's put it this way, I'm from the town of Timișoara. This is a chip. It called Intermovidius chip. And Movidius startup is from which town? You are smiling. Which town? Timișoara. I'll give you chocolate because you're smiling. Yeah. Because it was a startup, they are doing was a FPGA, programmable getting array, and they are doing all the stuff is doing software, big software, in a very small chip. Also, you can buy a stick, like which you can put into a Raspberry Pi or something else. But this is everything else separate, just the chip, and can run with 2 cameras. Here I have only one. So I put my magnets and so on. Okay, the other part is sound. I have 2 microphones, also working models. So let's see a bit what is the software offering. We've seen a lot of pussies. Software offering as it goes. This is the Azure Percept Studio. It's more or less a blade in Portal. So what we see here, we see the devices which are connected. Now I'll show you what's the story with connecting. Here you see the modules we have. So the DK is the main board. We have vision. We have also speech. This works, what is very nice, that it works also to updating over the air. So you can update everything from your PC without seeing the device. If it's, also you need to do some steps, but still. And getting back, as a question, okay, you have a lot of interesting stuff. You have demos and tutorials. We are not today going to play around the vision prototype, but we'll get back to it. Sample application, which unfortunately, this is the version 1. So if you are trying people counting, this won't work. And if you are trying to get the source code, this is what you're going to get. But you'll see today we'll do a people counting version of our own, and that will work. Getting back, let's try to do a bit of setup to show you something. When you plug in this into power, and I'll take it out in the power, I'm not sure how the stuff will work with the sharing. Again, this is the development device. You can take all these components and create, or similar components and create your own. We have used this in industrial projects because the price was okay-ish and we had this functionality. So let us look. We should have now another access point. We should wait a bit to see it. And this is also a story why I'm not yet. Why I'm on my phone, because here it's a free, but that here it's a free internet. It's no problem. But that we can solve pretty. This we can close. So we can look in Azure Percept, and when we are going to devices, because we're still waiting, we need to go to Vision. This is still fighting to connect. So device, it's online. So why I'm using my phone for a chocolate? Your device must be in the same network to see the web stream. The web stream, it's I did show you, is this, and this is just for debug. Okay, getting back, because device it's online. When you get this box, you will get the this access point name and the password. You cannot change them. So if we connect to this, and all the rest. We won't continue. We'll get back to the this. A special kind of event hub for IoT, but it's working like a charm. Let me try to add some complexity to can add a question. So this is the IoT hub. Click. Okay. Where I will find this device? If I want to see the properties of the device, where on the left side I see, of course, for a chocolate, I will see my device. Any ideas? Come on, people. I know it's raining outside. For chocolate, you can express an opinion. So it will be at pricing and scale, at devices, IoT edge, configuration, update, queries, built-in endpoint, message route. Where? Devices. Devices. Let's try it. Okay, devices. We can put bets. No, it's not there. Where it is? Who will take mic? This is an IoT edge device. So here you find it. Again, ask a question. How many Docker containers we are running? You'll have it on the screen.
No.
Oh, it's too small, but it's...
Yeah, let's try to make it bigger. So how many? 8. So someplace here. 8. And we can see it in the, if we're getting into the device itself, we'll see which one are there. If we're clicking here, this is not quite absolutely useful. So you see all the containers. Edge Agent, Edge Hub, and we're starting WebStream because we're doing WebStream. I do not know everything and anything. So, okay, we have this, and we have something like a stream. But how do we use it? We have the samples. And I'm gonna show you this with the samples. We have a lot of samples, but still, everything is in the box. And if I'm showing the web stream, what's the use of it? I will hire people just to look at the web stream. It's better to let the people look. We need to take this out. And where are data started? Let's see what we're going to use from data platform to get this stuff running. So first, we are not going to use the cat models that we train. First, I won't travel with the cat Misha sent me, because this is an act of terrorism. So yeah, we'll use the one from the box. But getting back to the Percept, let us show you how. So here, when I click Vision, if I'm in the same subscription, I see what I've trained before. I see the cats one. So I can deploy the model I trained before. No problem, just a click. When I do the click, it's deployed to the platform. Let's do deployment because this takes a bit. Remember, we're talking about 200 megabytes or something. To deploy the model, the one from the box. So going to, I believe, always get lost in here. It's not samples, demos, tutorial, sample vision models. So we'll do a general object detection. Is deployment successful? And view the stream. What's the difference? The one before was trying to look just for persons. Sorry. This one is looking for persons and objects. It's not very smart in the world. You see that up there, it's loading model. And that will take. Okay. Now we have, let's say, something like 10 seconds for questions. Any question up to now? I was boring as hell as a moment. No. Okay. You see, it started. It's seeing a lot of stuff. But I want to count the people. This is what I want to show. First, let's see what this is sending. We have more than one way of doing this. So getting back to Azure Percept, very strange. If we're going here by the device itself, we can see view live telemetry. Let's see what it's sending. So you're starting to see stuff. So it's sending the B box, it's sending the label, what it is, the confidence, our percent, and the timestamp. Bear in mind the timestamp, it's the Unix one. Who can tell me what it means, the Unix one? Number of seconds of 1st January, which year? 1970. Who was with that? Okay. You want the chocolate? Yeah, that. So I said, no, it's not SQL Server timestamp. And let me put it this way. This is almost how many seconds I lived. But this is not the only way. If you are a programmer, a young programmer, you're gonna use Visual Studio Code, and you have here, yeah, I hate Visual Studio Code, but that's my. You have here I forgot what the augmentation. You can connect to Azure Percept IoT Hub. Here, you're absolutely right. You see the devices are devices, not IoT devices. And here you can say, I want to, where it is. I click on the device. I want to start monitoring the built-in event endpoint. And this is the stuff, and you see the same messages. You ask yourself, okay, this is a detection. How about classification? On the classification, we get the same message without the peoples. Okay, but still, I have this message into IoT Hub. What I do with it? Okay. Let's start. Any of you studied a bit IoT story on the data platform on Microsoft? What element you should put after IoT Hub, for example, for chocolates? I don't want to drop them back. And yeah, I bought them for an event in Portugal that did not attend. That was in, so I don't know. Yeah, and also let me tell you the full story. Misha's cat, it's like Swiss dad. I've been to that cat, the veterinary, something like 5 times, and said it's okay if he eats, but it's not good. But if he gets chocolate, let it be. So I want to get rid of the chocolates. Getting back to my question, if we're talking about IoT data platform with Microsoft, what other element you should have? Maybe storage. Data platform. Yeah, you can add storage. But how do you get into storage from that? What you are asking me to do, to put? Something with river and streams. Now it's not a platform. Okay, you want the chocolate. Yeah, you can do even that. But if we're talking about data platform, the most obvious would be, for me, stream analytics. How is this? I'm taking some kind of entry. It could be even how IoT Hub, in this case, IoT Hub, something else. And depending on some logic, I can send it someplace else. To storage, add to MQTT Hub, whatever. It looks, unfortunately, this is an analogy for a very old person or from the 1970s. It acted like a telephone switchboard with the logic writing in some kind of SQL. Okay, everything is nice, everything is hunky-dory, what beautiful. What's the fly in the ointment? You know, there are a lot of, let's say, enigmas in the world. And one of the enigmas in the world, besides the Bermuda Triangle, it's how much you're going to pay for stream analytics. Because stream analytics you pay when you activate it and when you're running messages into it. So you cannot evaluate. So, okay, when it was, that was really, is a problem because you need to sell something to your boss. Okay, it's a very powerful tool, but when you are starting, it's not, and also it's very sophisticated. You can do a lot of stuff. The other option is something in IoT Hub called message routing. So this is, again, a simpler rule. They say it's based on SQL, on which you can send stuff left and right by that rule. For that, you are paying for the number of messages, point. End of story. So let's try to see them at work. First, we're trying message routing, and then go to something more complex. And then, because we are gonna, using Stream Analytics, send all the data into SQL, Azure SQL database, and then do some views. And try to number how many people are in this room from this model. Best of luck for us. Let's see. So this I need to close. This I will leave. So getting back, we need to get to the IoT Hub, which is that. And I created my dashboard to be simple. Message routing, it's here. what is we want this example? It's if the confidence is for a person is bigger than a threshold, we'll send it to a service bus. So percept, person, root. And again, the label it's a person. So what is this example? In fact, I believe that we'll see it better here, percept. Just a second to show it. And then we zoom it. Windows plus. And let's make it
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Indavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations.
Turning camera is enabled,
Okay.
and the
Same
sound.
sounds. Yeah, same sound. Can you go to the private chat and ask, is the sound okay? They'll show here, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So just.
We have it.
Okay, I'm not sure if you're supposed to start, but I can share. With the other one.
I have a question. If what are they seeing in the sharing? This part. This part. Sure.
Yeah, good question. Oh, you need to share again. So go stop sharing and share again.
Share just the presentation.
Yeah, because they are seeing this one. So say
So
stop sharing.
stop sharing, and after that, when I want to. So. Окей. Можем да започнем, значи. Здравейте! Тази презентация реших да вода на български. Съжалявам за присъстващите. С тях може да обсъдим после нещата. Моето име е Татяна Христова. Радвам се, че сме днес тук. Също така много искам да благодарим на спонсорите и на организаторите на този ивент. Ще се радвам да се виждаме още дълги години. Като основни виновни това да съм тук, искам да кажа две думи. Това е Endava. Endava е публична сервис компания, която се разпростира на 5 континента и наброяваме повече от 11 000 колеги. В частност, Endava влиза в българския пазар преди около 5 години, като започва дейност в София и можем вече да се похвалим с 3 нови локации в Пловдив, Варна и Русе. Вече наброяваме повече от 400 колеги, като постоянно нарастваме, търсим разнородни специалисти. Нещо, което искам да ви споделя и сега няма да обяснявам колко сме велики и готини, но нещо, което наистина на мен ми направи много хубаво впечатление. Аз съм в Endava от повече от година. И това нещо, което искам да ви кажа, съжалявам, ако се вълнувам, е, че независимо от грейда, в който ти си и влезе в компанията, тя те предоставя път за развитие. Винаги намира как да те предизвиква, да даваш най-доброто от себе си. И може би това е причината, по която аз съм тук и искам да ви се представя малко по-в-детайлно. Както казах, аз съм Татяна Христова. В IT сферата съм от близо вече 10 години, като съм започнала като стажант. Минала съм през доста роли в внедряването и развитието на IT проекти, като преди 4-5 години дойдоха при мен и казаха: ти ще бъдеш част от нашия дейта екип. Сега малко на мен ми звучеше като You're the chosen one, но не беше точно така. Но реално много хубаво се получи. Аз съм много щастлива от това, че започна да се занимавам с дейта и че мога да съм днес тук при вас. В тези години, в които се занимавах с данни, преди от последните 5-6 години, съм имала възможността да работя с много клиенти на българския пазар, да развия експертиза в Data Integration, Modeling, Visualization, да се срещна с различни системи, дейта платформи и да успея да създам удобството това да работя с данни и да се чувствам спокойна в това. Така, както споменах по-рано, аз съм в Endava малко повече от година и това беше, може би, първият ден, в който аз се сблъсках с клауд технологиите. Вече трябваше да ги използвам и в работния ми процес. Те по свой начин, те откриха пред мен абсолютно цял нов хоризонт. През годините, както ви казах, съм се срещала с много системи, които са по-стари. И в момента, в който вече се запознах с клауда и вече започнахме да си комуникираме, започнах да виждам много перспективи за това как някакви неща биха могли да се подобрят. И точно това инспирира моята тема. Както един ден си стоях пред компютъра, работих си day-to-day тасковете, имах още ден или половина-два до това да трябва да си предам темата и започнаха да изкачат нотификации от компютъра. Изглеждаше като продуктивен инцидент, това си беше. Отворих мейла, започнах да преглеждам за какво става на въпрос и в този момент си помислих, че е нещо регулярно, някой пайплайн се изчупил. Трябва да го рестартирам, загубили се някакви данни, те ще се възстановят, всички ще сме щастливи. Отидох малко по-надолу в имейла и забелязах един екселски файл, който екселски файл, отваряйки го с презумцията, че вътре е какво точно се е загубило, срещнах най-страшния екселски файл в живота ми. Този екселски файл сам по себе си може би съдържаше абсолютно всички функционалности, които Excel може да притежава. като започнем от връзки с бази данни, N на брой макроси, които вършат различни валидации и верификации на данните, Visual Basic код в модули, които правиха феноменални неща. И най-прекрасната част от всичко е никаква документация. Абсолютно никаква. Нула. В този момент сега малко направихме крачка назад, гледахме го, но в крайна сметка отнени малко повече време, разрешихме с колегите проблема, всичко си тръгна по-нормално и аз се върнах към това да си мисля какво да си говорим днес, така че да не ви приспа следващия 1 час. Нещо, за което много бих се радвала да си поговорим и после вие да ми споделите мнение, това е как ето такива системи, като този Excel, бихме могли да ги модернизираме и да ги направим като клауд решения. И това е темата на днешния ни разговор. Така, аджендата, която съм подготвила за днес, е първо ще разгледаме какво е Legacy система. После ще си поговорим малко за трансформацията и какво ни коства тази трансформация и как взимаме решението дали трябва да го правим или не трябва да го правим. След това, разбира се, няма как да не споменем и за клауд, за предимствата, недостатъците. По време на демото ще ви покажа 2 примерни архитектури, които съм подготвила и съм измислила, които можем да поразсъждаваме. И накрая съм подготвила много кратко демо с това да ви покажа от новата предложена архитектура някои фрагменти, как биха могли лесно да се направят. Така, сега за да мога тук да се представя по-добре, реших да извада дефиниции. Аз много обичам дефиниции. Още от ученическите си години много са ми влезнали на сърце. И отидох в Google, написах Legacy системи. Първият линк, който видях, беше в Wikipedia. Викам, защо не? И какво казва нашата дефиниция? Нашата дефиниция казва следното. Legacy система е стар метод, технология, компютърна система или приложение. Сега, защо тук съм акцентирала върху думата стар? Тази дума има много много е двусмислена. Сега, ако говорим за стар отлежал 18 годишно уиски, никой няма да има нищо против него, нали така? Но ако споменем за когато някой дойде при вас и каже, ами аз тук имам една стара система на 30 години, 20-30 години, гледате малко така с едно око, малко по-сте... Не гледате с много добро око, така да го кажем. Така. Нека затова сега да разгледаме предимствата и недостатъците, като много бързо ще мина през тях, защото предполагам, че повечето от вас са се срещали с такива системи и много от опит знаят какво е. Като предимство, няма как да не го отбележим, все пак ако работим с една система 20 или 30 години, няма как да не я познаваме, както и от IT, така и бизнеса. Абсолютно си знаем процесите, знаем си къде може да се счупи, знаем какво може да се счупи, знаем по какъв начин да управляваме тази система и да си комуникираме с нея. Другото нещо, което е изключителен плюс на тези системи, че в повечето случаи те се грижат за точно определени таскове и точно определени части от процеса. Както споменах, тези системи са на доста сериозна възраст. Те са проектирани така, че да използват максималния капацитет на хардуера, който им е даден. В повечето случаи не са използвани codeless framework за писане на кода, са писани на езици от ниско ниво, което точно това предразполага те да бъдат бързи и ефикасни за задачите, за които са направени. Така. Като последното предимство, което успях да намеря, и също това е, че те поддържат бизнеса да продължава да не спира да работи, да продължава и да продължава. Може да не се развива, но той има една продължителност, той няма да спре. Щом работи от 20 години, ще работи още 10 години, ако не променяш нищо. Така, сега за недостатъците, тук имаме доста какво можем да си кажем. Като основните недостатъци, че те са капсулирани и ограничени. В даден момент, както знаете, IT индустрията се развива с невероятни темпове. абсолютно всеки ден излиза нещо ново. Няма как хората преди толкова години да са предвидели какво би могло да се случи сега или след 5, или след 10, или след 20 години. Абсолютно се изненадваме всеки един момент от новите неща, които се разкриват пред нас. За Limited Flexibility тук имам много интересна история, за която четох наскоро. Има една американска компания, която е доста голяма като пазарна компания. И тя в нейния си софтуер, който използва повече от 30 години, има заложена лимитация, че може да има точно определен хикс брой хора, клиенти. Нека да кажем, че тези клиенти са 10 000, може би с повече не помня точно числото, но в мига, в който те достигат това число, техния бизнес спира да се разраства, защото те просто не могат да се позволят да имат повече клиенти. Ето това може да го видим като много голям недостатък, когато си говорим за legacy системи. Следващото нещо, което също е много важно да споменем, това е колко ни струва да поддържаме една legacy система. Една legacy система, или то може да е цяла екосистема от legacy системи в организацията, не е нужно да е една. Всяка компания прави бюджетиране за годината с определени стойности в различните отдели за различните неща. По статистика, много голяма част от компаниите заделят повече от 50% от бюджета си за поддържането на тези системи, за хората, за ресурсите, което лично аз го намирам като голям минус и недостатък. Security. Тук за security може много да си говорим, както преди малко споменахме. Живота си върви, хакерите не спят, те винаги се опитват да уязват нашите системи, а тези системи са точно като трън в очите на повечето security отдели. Те не подлежат на апгрейди. Ако искаш да апгрейдиш системата, трябва да коригираш. Абсолютно трън в очите, както споменахме това. И последно, не на последно място, са хората. Хората, като тук не говоря само за IT специалисти, които трябва да ги поддържат, най-вероятно като човек от този бранш споделям, че това не ми е любимото занимание, когато получа задача. Но когато говорим и за хората, като бизнес хората, които трябва да го използват, когато ги използваме, ние правим едно и също нещо в продължение на много време. Те не се обновяват, те не се опитват да подпомогнат нашия процес да става по-бързо. И ние започваме да влизаме в една рутинарна. И както знаете, рутината убива креативността в хората. Така, сега, но какво би коствало да направим тази промяна? Сега, както вие видяхте преди това, аз много обичам цитати. Този цитат ми е един от любимия. Ако не е счупено, не го правя. Просто не го пипаш. Затова, точно за това как се прави решението и трябва ли да се направи решението, има много спорни мнения. Има много компании, които са фалирали заради това, че са решили да изхвърлят едни стотици редове код хиляди, защото, както знаете, ние голяма част от програмистите предпочитаме да си напишем кода, не да четем чужд код. И имам пример за една такава компания, която решава така, че ще изхвърли един код и 3 години остава без релиз, 3 години остава извън пазара и това до една степен не съсипва. Затова, когато взимаме решението, трябва ли да предприемем стъпката да направим тази промяна, трябва да имаме няколко неща предвид. Първо, трябва да си построим новата къщичка основите, да знаем какви са ни основите. Като под основи имам предвид каква ще ни е новата архитектура, какви технологии ще използваме, как ще ги направим, ще може ли да ни фикне в цялата екосистема, която ние имаме в организацията. Разбира се, трябва много да се помисли и за времето, което ще ни отнеме. И не само времето, което ще ни отнеме да разработим тази система, времето, което ще ни отнеме да направим реверс инженеринга, ако трябва, да си попълним нашия геп анализ, да видим какво трябва да се случи, за да стане тази миграция реалност. И когато говорим за време, няма да не говорим и финансово. Също така, трябва много добре финансово да се отчете струва ли си и може ли да се постигне. И последния, но и много важен фактор са хората. Като освен, че ние трябва да имаме IT специалистите, които да придвижват тази промяна, които да изпълнят тази промяна, много е важно, особено когато не заменяме някой бекенд процес, а заменяме и някой фронтенд процес, е да имаме подкрепа и от бизнеса, и от хората, които ще използват тази система, която ние искаме да заменим. Като мога да ви дам пример от личния ми опит, искахме да заменим една система, която е десктоп система, нецентрализирана, с веб система, която е централизирана. В мига, в който ние вече сме готови с системата, тя е готова за работа, абсолютно всичко изчистено от бъгове. Отиваме да почваме да правим демонстрации, обучения на хората, които трябва да работят с нея. Тези хора бяха на така сериозна възраст, мога да кажа. И отпора, мога да ви кажа, че беше невероятен. Абсолютно отказах. Те до такъв начин бяха се свикнали системата и не искаха да я използват. Те не използваха имената на нещата в системата. Те използваха клавишните комбинации, които използват да достъпат тези неща. Като, например, справка F5. Стоят и ми обясняват къде ми е справка F5. Аз им казвам, справка F5. Така, отнеме малко време да разбера, че това просто се извика с клавишен бутон F5, но да. Та сега искам да си поговорим за една архитектура, която аз искам да ви покажа, която тя не е legacy, това е, може би, много стандартна архитектура, която много организации използват. Не е лоша архитектура, като в началото имаме две системи. Една core система, една транзакционна система, като пример съм сложила SQL сервер за тях. След това, преди това имаме някакви апита, които просто консумират информация. Дали за тези точно консумират, така съм им казал, че те ще консумират информация. Също така имаме и ETL процеси, които ни зареждат в Data Warehouse Staging Area. Дали ще го наречем Data Warehouse, дали ще го наречем Operational Data Store, тотално няма никакво значение за нашата архитектура. После имаме един ETL, който ни зарежда нашите Data Mart-ове. Дала съм пример с точно един определен Data Mart. И разбира се, после трябва да консумираме тази информация по някакъв начин. И съм сложила като пример Power BI. Сега, какъв би бил начинът да подобрим това? Ще ви представя в следващата архитектура след няколко минути. Така, сега, тук да си поговорим за Cloud, но честно казано, аз не мисля, че мога да ви кажа много повече от това, което вие знаете за Cloud-а. Ние го използваме както в работния ни процес, така и в ежедневието ни постоянно се сблъскваме с Cloud-а, така че по-скоро бих искала да си поговорим за предимствата и недостатъците на Cloud-а, които можем да разгледаме. Като нека пак започнем с предимствата. Предимствата са, че най-просто тук вече ти не се грижиш данните ти и информацията, която ти записваш там, да бъде подсигурена и да не изчезне. Не се грижиш за бекъпи, не се грижиш за такива неща. Cloud провайдера сам по себе си мултиплицира нещата, които ти качиш в определен, дали е storage контейнер или няма значение. Другото нещо, което е голям плюс, това е лесното достъпване на клауд инфраструктурата и като цяло. Отваряш портала и всичко е пред теб. Не е нужно да инсталираш сложни апликейшени и да правиш допълнителна конфигурация си. Основната част от нещата може да си го конфигурираш през портала, който може да достъпиш абсолютно от всякъде. Overall cost. За това можем много да говорим, както и предимство, така и като недостатък, но ще го спомена и в недостатъците. Предимството при overall cost тук е, че реално ти плащаш за това, колкото използваш. А не както, примерно, когато правиш едно on-premise решение, ти трябва да платиш предварително за нещата, които използваш някога. Ако бизнесът ти в началото ще поддържа обема Хикс натоварване, а 4 години ти очакваш този обем, защото и бизнесът ти се разрасне да се умножи по 3, следователно ти, когато си купуваш инфраструктурата, ти трябва още в началото да го предвидиш това нещо и да го заложиш като възможност. Но като при клауда ти можеш постоянно, в зависимост от това какво ти е натоварването, да увеличаваш и увеличаваш ресурсите. За Security и Disaster Recovery може също доста да се каже. Както знаете, Security постоянно се получават апдейти, провайдерите се грижат за това всичко да е up to date. Също така нещо, което много хора се притесняват за това да използват клауд е за това дали някой може да ни достъпи информация, дали тази информация би могла да бъде открадната. Малко са компаниите, които могат да се похвалят с on-premise решения, при които трансфера на данни вътрешно в компанията се криптира. При повечето клауд провайдери, дори и тия процесите, които се случват, те са криптирани и са подсигурени за това да не може да има изтичане на данни. И нещо, което на мен ми е най-любимо в частта с клауд е Continuous Integration, Continuous Delivery възможността. Като тук бих дала много прост пример. Ние сме компанията Хикс. При нас идва клиент, ние предлагаме услуги. Нашето решение е on-premise. И ни пита, какви са вашите условия? Ние казваме, на колко често доставят? Ние казваме, нашите условия са така, доставяме на всеки 2 до 3 седмици, имаме даунтайм около половина, 1-2 часа, зависимост от релиза, и от време на време правим някакви апгрейди уикенди. Този човек или компания отива при наш конкурент и го пита абсолютно същите неща. Те казват, не, ние нямаме такова нещо. Ние сме абсолютно с клауд инфраструктура, нямаме даунтайм, ако се случи нещо, това е много рядко, availability не е повече от 99,9%, така че няма за какво се преценявате. Тук виждате как везните почват да се накланят в избора на вендор. Сега, като недостатъци, първоначално съм написала Network Dependency, като все пак няма как да не го споменем. Имам предвид обаче, живеем и в ерата на 5G, той е навсякъде около нас, може тройно да подсигурим нашата връзка. Така че дори не знам дали бих могла да го кажа. Ако нямаме интернет връзка и имаме тройно подсигурена, тогава значи имаме някакви много по-сериозни проблеми около нас. Така, като друг недостатък, това е усещането в компанията по време на техническия съпорт, че не е in-house, а ти зависиш от някакви хора, които да ти помогнат да се решат определени проблеми. Когато е in-house, може би има някакво такова чувство на спокойствие, но реално те са подсигурили SLA, те са длъжни да коригират, ако нещо се случи нещата. Така че и това не можем да го отбележим като много голям недостатък. Честно казвам, единственото нещо, което аз го виждам като game changer, това е vendor lock-in. Но това, както знаете, ние го имаме при абсолютно всяка една on-premise система, същото нещо може да ни се случи. Използвайки едни сервиси, да ти е много по-трудно да мигрираш, ако искаш да смениш cloud провайдера и да ти коства повече усилия. Но пак това е много зависи от архитектура. Сега, нека да ви представя архитектурата, която аз предлагам за спрямо предишната, след малко ще ги кажа и двете. Продължаваме ние да си имаме двете системи. Но вместо това закачаме Change Data Capture апликация, която директно води данните в Azure SQL Cloud база, която е лесно скалируема, както говорихме. Тук може да съм добавила и Power BI, за да може да имаме в реално време данните и да можем... Сега, ясно е, че тук не можем да правим хисторизация, да репорти с хисторизация, такива неща, но можем да си имаме най-актуалната информация в момента в дашборда. След това, моето предложение е за Synapse да замести ETL операциите, като предимството, което аз виждам в него, освен че ще си направим един хубав Data Lake, е и че той сам по себе си, знаете, или знаете, че има ноутбук, Apache Spark вързан към него и по този начин можем да предоставим информацията и целият workspace и на нашия Data Science екип, без да се чудим как сега да прехвърлим тези данни, къде да им ги прехвърлим, на парче постоянно да се иска и така нататък. Сега, нека да разгледаме сега и двете архитектури, като да си поговорим какви са предимствата и недостатъците. Един от тях, който аз набелязах, всички знаем, че нашите ETL процеси се случват в нощно време. Когато бизнесът спре да работи, тогава започва зареждането на стейджинг ерията. В голяма част от случаите се използва тогава максималния капацитет на инфраструктурата, която ние сме предоставили за това събитие. По моя информация и по това, което аз съм забелязала при клиенти, завършването за зареждането на дейта мартовете приключва някъде около ранния обяд, около обяд. Тогава и последният дейта март е зареден и вече всички може да консумираме тази информация. Ето точно тук е момента, в който аз виждам огромен плюс в това ние да използваме реал-тайм репликацията. Нашите данни можем да започнем да си зареждаме дейта мартовете още в вечерта, когато приключи бизнес деня. Нека когато затвориме бизнес деня и започваме да си зареждаме информацията. По този начин, както знаете, пиковете на зарежданията са точно при тези сложни ETL. Може да направим да е autoscale и да вдигаме ресурсите за тази време на интеграцията и след това, когато вече нямаме интеграция, имаме само read-only, да намалим ресурсите на импровизирането, което сме предоставили. Така. По този начин сутрин, когато хората си отворят лаптопите или компютрите, те ще имат вече актуална информация. Другото нещо, което също виждам предимство в тази архитектура е, че вече не закачваме апита към нашите системи, да оставяме нашите системи по всяко едно време да са свободни, да вършат тяхната работа, за която те са предвидени и са създадени. За това да бълват много информация. И третото нещо, за което аз си мислих, когато правих тази архитектура, е, както знаете, транзакционните системи, те генерират огромни обеми от информация. Нашите исторически данни стават все по-големи, все по-големи, все по-големи. И колкото и да правим в релационните бази партишани, различни индекси, все по-трудно и по-трудно става да се поема тази информация, да се поддържа и да се работи с нея. И точно това е причината, поради която избрах Synapse, защото в Synapse ни се предоставя с вграден Gen2 Container Storage и можем да го използваме точно за тези големи обеми на данни и да вече да мислиме как това нещо да се оптимизира. Така, сега тук ще ви представя едно кратко демо на части от нещата, които си говорихме, като само трябва да направя Окей. Така. Сега, първата част от демото, която искам да ви покажа, е за точно тази Change Data Capture репликация, като аз съм подготвила да използвам на SQL Server built-in функцията, която имаме и да зареда просто данни в Azure. Сега, за целта съм си създала един сървър, Azure сервер, който тази база не съм я подготвила. Исках да ви покажа колко лесно става, защо ще я избера този подход за създаване. Това се правите, че не го виждате. Сега, когато избираме Computing Power, за целите на нашото демо, аз ще използвам серверлес, защото по този начин, първо, плащаме за толкова, колкото бихме използвали. Второто нещо, което е, то е на обем query-та. Ние няма да правим днес много голям, сериозен обем query-та, ние просто ще тестваме как работи. Тук вече може да си изберете колко гигабайти, така се определя цената, на нас 15 ще са ни предостатъчно. Някой цъка. Така, съжалявам. Когато сменяш интернет връзката, се случват точно такива неща. Тук си избираме тези конфигурации. За целта на демото няма да избираме нито една по-различна от дефолтните конфигурации. И сега пускаме да ни се създава нашата база. Докато ни се създава, искам да ви покажа една настройка, като за тази част, която е със системите, се създава виртуални машини, на което има инсталиран SQL сервер. Така, за да вържем двете неща и те да работят окей, се прави ето тази конфигурация, която е в виртуалната мрежа. Избираме виртуалната мрежа. Отиваме на сервис endpoint-овете и създаваме endpoint, който ни е за SQL. След това същия endpoint трябва да се върнем в нашия SQL сервер, който е Azure SQL, и да го сложим в network настройките като rule. По този начин ще позволим на двата ресурса да си комуникират. Сега ще ни отнема още няколко секунди. Надявам се. Готови сме. Сега, аз използвам виртуалната машина, която съм си направила, за да мога от тук да ръководя демото. За целта на демото използвам AdventureWorks, който семпъл базите, които сигурно на всички от вас са познати. Те са примерни бази. Реших да не се впускам в предизвикателството да използвам по-сериозни структури, защото все пак знаете, че сме доста ограничени от към GDPR и други регулации. Като това е връзката към нашата база, която е Azure SQL. Сега ресетваме ето на нашия Bike Store, който създадохме. Тя е абсолютно празна, няма таблици, няма нищо. Това е нашата система, която в диаграмата ще се покаже примерно тук. Как ще направим така, че да прехвърляме данните в реално време? Трябва да си създадем един publication. Използваме вградения wizard. Избираме базата, която ние искаме да репликираме. Искаме да е транзакционна. Сега, тук имаме възможност да изберем кои точно обекти искаме да репликираме. Може да репликираме всички таблици, може да репликираме определени таблици, може да също така, ако имаме вюта, ни излизат вюта, сторнати процедури, функции и всеки един обект, който има. За текущата цел ние ще използваме абсолютно всички. Като на следващия прозорец имаме възможност да добавим филтри. Ако искаме точно определени данни само да взимаме, а не цялата информация в тези бази, ние към текущия момент не искаме цялата информация. Тук избираме, че искаме незабавно да ни се създаде снапшот, когато стартираме. И сега трябва да изберем за security. Това не е best practice, но за целите на демото избираме да работи върху агента. Next. Кръщаваме си я. Bike Stores. И изчакваме да създаде този обект. Така, първата част успяхме да направим. Можем да го видим тук създаден. Сега втората част, че трябва да го сабскрайбнем, къде искаме ние да пишеме тези данни. Избираме си нов subscription. Избираме кой ще ни публикува данните. Продължаваме напред. И сега трябва да кажем къде искаме да закараме тези данни. Аз предварително съм си въвела връзката към Azure SQL базата, която имаме в клауда. Избирам я. И тук трябва да изберем към точно коя база. Ето тази, която тук що създадохме. Избираме. Сега тук трябва да напишем как ще се връзва, като това не сте го видяли. Така. Съжалявам. Ето тук пак трябва да го използваме това или да въведем акаунт. Пак ви казвам, не е без практици с това, но за целите на демото избираме да върви по SQL агента. Избираме Next. Оставяме да продължи през цялото време да слуша за нови и нови данни и да следи процесите. И чакаме. Добре. До тук добре. Всичко е в зелено. Нека сега да видим какво ще се случи тук. Това са ни таблиците в базата, която създавахме преди малко. Сега очакваме същия брой таблици, които има и тук, да се появят и там. Ето ни ги. Основните. Ето ни е репликацията. Сега, за да докажем, че репликацията работи, този прозорец е вързан към основният ни сървър, който ни е сорса. Така, виждаме данните тук. Сега да отворим един прозорец, който да си гледаме данните и от тук. Нека да го пуснем. 2222. Заредили са ни се данните, снапшот е проработил, всичко е страхотно. И нека да видим, ако апдейтнем първия запис, какво ще се случи. Сега, тук се е апдейтнал, вече е 666. Нека да видим в репликацията. Оп! Ето ни го новия запис, който тук ще апгрейднахме. Така, следващото нещо е при добавяне на запис. Съм подготвила един insert statement. Изпълняваме го. Ето ни го новия запис. Сега да видим дали в репликацията го имаме. Имаме го. Всичко се е прехвърлило както си му е реда. Сега, това беше първата част, която иска да ви покажа, като тази част много зависи от това какво вие искате да постигнете. Има много методи за правене на репликации. После можем да си поговорим и за други от тях. В почивката имам с няколко години опит с правене на такива неща, така че бих се радвала, ако някой проявява интерес да си поговорим за това. Следващата част, която бих искала да ви покажа, това е с Power BI и Near Real-Time репликацията. Както вие видяхте, данните ни се репликират, но сега нека да видим как бихме могли да оживим и Power BI частта. Аз съм подготвила един дашборд, който е сравнително семпъл, за да можем да илюстрираме по-лесно как се зарежда данните съм създала една табличка, която ще ни показва последните продажби, които са влезнали са влезнали в нашата система. Така, за да го оживим, има един много хубав бутон отскоро, който когато цъкнем върху това, може да рефрешва страницата. Сега, това има малко както и предимства, така и недостатъци, защото ако заявките, които консумират тези данни са твърде чести и вие рефрешвате на много чест период от време, може да се създаде много сериозно натоварване върху сървъра, но все пак това се преценява спрямо ситуацията. Така, ние ще си изберем да е на 10 секунди, за да може все пак да виждаме как ни се обновяват данните и съм подготвила няколко казуса. Сега, първият, който искам да ви покажа като пример, това е за поръчка 51 накрая. Нека да видим поръчка 51 накрая. Това е тази поръчка. Тази поръчка към текущия момент е на стойност 1400 и още малко. Сега ще го изпълна тази заявка и да видим как и колко бързо ще справим. Като тази заявка изпълнявам не на репликацията, а тази заявка изпълнявам на source системата ни. Изпълняваме заявката, вече трябва да е 10 000, за да може да направим по-хубаво разликата. Изчакваме тук. Хоп, вече стойността се мултиплицира, защото аз знам, вие не го знаете, но този продукт е по 3. Имаме 3 с юнит цена по 10 000. Така, другото нещо, което исках да ви покажа е как можем да заредим запис и той ще се появи. Зареждаме си един запис. Сега тук трябва да заредим и втория, за да може да ни излезне там. Така. И сега след мистер Джеймс Харис очакваме още един път мистер Джеймс Харис да се появи. Явно заредихме на мистер Джеймс Харис още един ред с информация. Добре, нека да направим нещо друго. Да направим така, че мистер Джеймс Харис да си поръча нещо друго. Ще го направим за 7 месец. Всичко ще сменим за 7 месец. Добре. Така, сега, нека да видим мистер Джеймс Харис дали ще има още една поръчка. Ето е втората поръчка, която тук що добавихме. И за да ви покажа, че можем и да махаме данни и то пак ще успее да извърши тази операция, избираме да изтриеме данните. С абсолютно същия успех следи всякакви транзакционни процеси, които се случват по таблиците. Ето, както сами виждате, данните за последната ни поръчка изчезнаха. И последното нещо, което искам да ви покажа, това е малко за sign-up да си поговорим. Видях, че колегите по другите сесии ще влезат доста повече в детайл. Затова аз искам само тук да отбележим някои неща, които биха могли, дори когато си за някои по-малки организации, не толкова претенциозни, големи архитектури да се правят, как бихме могли да си заредим таблиците от нашата база в sign-up с точно един пайплайн и да го направим динамично. Така, първоначално трябва да си направим, разбира се, връзка към базите, които ще имаме, и в случая нашия Bike Store, защото ще използваме нея за това. След това при дейтата трябва да се ги определиме като дейтасетове. За да може да направим цялата интеграция по-динамична, затова си правиме един дейтасет, който да ни взима листа с таблиците, които ние искаме да направим, да вкараме в нашия storage. Един дейтасет, който да представлява таблицата, и аз съм избрала един, който да представлява парке. Като не е нужно да е парке, може да се използва и друг формат, като например CSV. Ето тук мога да ви покажа нашия Blob Storage. Като аз предварително си затворих синапс. Съжалявам. Така. Бързи пръсти никога не е добре. Изчакваме само да зареди. Както може би за целите на демото не съм му предоставила изключително много ресурси, с които да се хваля. Така. Тук са ни парке файловете, които да заредим. Сега ще ги изтрием и ще видим как можем това лесно да го постигнем. Създала съм един пайплайн, който е доста семпъл по себе си. Първият компонент, който използваме, това е query в lookup компонент, който в това query искаме да вземем всички таблици. Нека да ви го демонстрирам тук. С това query искаме да вземем всички таблици от нашата база, които сме предоставили. Също така, може, ако искате да кастомизирате таблиците и да вземете само определени от тях, може да създадете таблица и да извличате метаданните, които ще предоставите на Synapse от там. Винаги може да направите нещо къстъм. Както се казва, sky's the limit. Втората ни стъпка е да завъртим цикъл за всяка една от таблиците, като при завъртането на цикъла имаме определено activity, което искаме да изпълним. Активитето към текущия момент това ще бъде да копираме данните, като сорса ни ще бъде променливата, която ще вземем за име и променливата, която ще вземем за схема. А таргета ни сме го заложили да бъде парке файл, като на парке файла ще дадем името на схемата и на таблицата. Така. Нека да го стартираме. Да видим каква работа ще свърши. Като пак ви казвам, това е абсолютно примерна архитектура, която аз си представям, че би могла да се случи. И защо това нещо трябва да се случи в даден етап от живота ни? Както ви казах преди това, тези архитектури, те не са лоши. Това е нещо, което абсолютно голяма част от организациите използват към текущия момент. Но за да не стане тази архитектура като камъчето в обувката, което в даден момент почваме да се носим и да ни убива, трябва да започнем на време да мислим какво бихме могли да оптимизираме и как бихме могли да го оптимизираме. Не е нужно дори да се премахват абсолютно всички процеси. Трябва стъпка по стъпка да се прави тази трансформация, за да бъде най-безболезнена както за организацията, така и за хората. Така. Ние сме in progress. И ето ги нашите 9 на брой копи процеси, които ние очакваме да създадат файловете в нашия Data Lake Storage. И разбира се, аз съм решила да не дам изключително много ресурси на този процес. Добре, имаме един успял, един процес, прогрес. Така, започнаха да се появяват нашите файлове. Постепенно и постепенно. И това исках да ви покажа като много опростен начин. И от тук, както споменах по-рано, вече можем да дадем възможности на нашите Data Science експерти да разполагат с данните, които имаме, да си правят в ноутбук различни сечения, статистически модели и абсолютно всяко едно нещо, което те искат да направят с данните. Това покри нашата последна част от темата. Много ще се радвам ако някой има да сподели нещо за такъв тип архитектури и след края на презентацията си поговорим. Предполагам всички сте се гладни, дойде време за обяд и не искам повече да ви задържам. Ако има въпроси, ще се радвам да отговоря на тях. Добре, значи ще си говорим след хапването. Много ви благодаря. И това беше от мен.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Endavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now. And going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Endavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now. And going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Okay. So should be sharing now. Okay.
I've seen this segment. Yeah, it's okay. You got questions.
No, because I will be here, so this will be extreme. So if I move a bit more, I will not be seen. So that's a problem. This is not that, right? So this G is a D. Just to be sure. Thingy here. Okay. So I might as well just do it from here. So yeah. Oh, okay. That works best. Okay.
Go. That's the message. So should we? Let me try to get to it.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
We'll wait 1 or 2 minutes. That's okay. We can adjust.
And actually, I'm driving. I said to leaving this night.
Already?
Already.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, so we have 2. So Catalina is this one, and I'm this one. Okay, so this works really well. Okay. This works really well. Okay, 2 cameras. 1 camera is not enough.
Yeah.
But what about the sound? What about the sound? Is the sound okay?
Let's try doing sounds. I cannot do it with my hand. I'm starting. I forgot how to do
it. Okay, no problem. So we'll start in 1 or 2 minutes because everyone is at lunch. It happens. So I guess we'll just 2 or 3 minutes. So I can definitely offer small, but I think your chocolates were better. Offer sandwiches as well.
Andre, if you want chocolates, there are still the box is full. Should I give you?
So if people want to join, I'll offer sandwiches.
Okay.
I know it's still lunchtime and it's complicated, but have people join us. Join us as well.
Andre.
What is that? Oh, 2 more. Okay, so this is quite good.
Yes.
If you buy so many of them.
Andre has for dessert.
Okay. Join us. We have chocolates. We have chocolates. We have chocolate if you join us. Okay, so let's get started. Hope everything's okay. Okay, to start. Hopefully everything's okay. And we'll actually start just kind of now. Okay, so welcome everyone. Glad to have you all here. I know lunch is important, but you can eat lunch here. This is really good. So no problems there. Okay, and you are welcome to get more food. You are welcome. I have food here if you need it. Okay, so apparently we have food. These are not oranges, so don't try to eat these. These are actually from a sponsor. These are like stress balls, okay? But I'll offer these as well if you have any questions or if you have any answers. Sometimes answers are better than questions. But Katalin has some leftover chocolates from his session, so he will provide sponsorship of the chocolates, okay?
Yes. Put it on the slide, please.
Put it on the slides. Or you can charge your company. It's a sponsor now. Okay, so let me just close the door because there's a lot of noise from the outside. We'll try to start. Okay, so it's more light here. So when Katalin did the session, it was a darkness session. Now we see a bit more light. Hopefully this will be a bit better. Okay, unless it starts thundering and raining again, and we might have some problems with the electricity again, right? So if it goes down, we have a problem. So let's see. Okay, so you are here and you are not sure. How many of you do machine learning or have experienced some experience with machine learning? Okay. So this is good. We'll try to learn what machine learning is. No pre-requirements, and especially the important part, no math, okay? No math, nothing, no statistics, no boring stuff, okay? Just keep it interesting, okay? Let's put it to the intelligence level of a guy like me, like a developer, okay? Very basic, okay? So let's keep it simple, okay? How many of you in university studied things like integrals and derivatives and stuff like that? A lot of stuff, right? But how many of you use that in the real world? If you are working in IT, you're probably not going to use this a lot, unless you are doing, machine learning. But even then, there are easier ways to do machine learning. You don't have to really do that kind of thing. Okay. So first of all, that was my cat, and my name is Andra Mosia. I'm this guy. I usually do a lot of crazy sessions, especially in Bulgaria. So pretty much almost all of these were done at some point in time in Bulgaria. I've done something like 30 sessions here. In the last 2 years, some of them have been remote. Yeah, I know. So we don't get the necessary food, okay? But apart from that, we do get some nice interactions, which is good. You are more than welcome to ask questions, okay? And interact with us. Katalin is the cameraman at the stage, so he will film everything and everyone. And this will tell all of the robots who to start killing first. Okay, so the session today is going to be a very crazy session, which is machines are learning. Yes, everyone is using machine learning nowadays, so the machines are learning more than we are, okay? And if we've seen the last events over the last 2 years, where people think that the earth is flat, or they think that the virus is not real, or the vaccines don't work, or anything like that, we know that we are dumber than the machines, okay? That's a big problem. So we need to keep up with the machines, so we do not have this kind of scenario that you know what it is actually happen, okay? It's closer and closer every day. So first of all, before we actually start, I need to thank all of the sponsors, and these are very nice people that actually pay for the food. Remember, we have food, we have stress balls to offer, so this kind of thing. So we also have like, you know, I can't remember the name of this, but anyway, I'll offer stuff. That's the idea here. Okay, so thank you very much for all of the sponsors, really nice people, and let's talk about machine learning. And the first question is, what is the difference between machine learning and artificial intelligence? Anyone?
Machine learning uses statistical techniques to explore and learn from data, whereas artificial intelligence. First of all, machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence.
Aha, that's the answer. What would you like? Chocolates, ball?
Yeah, the ball.
You said the exact thing that I wanted you to say, which is machine learning is a subset of the whole thing, which is artificial intelligence. This is important to know. If you have a self-driving robot, like a car or whatever it is, it's going to have some parts of artificial intelligence to actually drive it, some programming, some stuff, etc. But it will also have machine learning. So the machine learning is a small part of things that uses statistics, that uses math a lot, and it will actually learn. But here's the funny thing: artificial intelligence is very, I wouldn't say dynamic is the right word, but it's kind of random. Okay, at least for us human, we think it's random. For the machine, this is just normal programming. But from our point of view, it looks very random. Why? Because machine learning allows you to do various different activities, but they take information from the past, they take information from all of the sensors that I don't know, the robot will detect, and sorry, it will actually get different results every time. Now, what happens is that these results, some of those results that actually allow the robot to make decisions, are going to be obtained by machine learning. But the question is, I'll give you a very specific example. Let's say you are a robot, you are in a maze. I usually use this example of the maze. Typically you have a mouse, right? And then you have one of Catalin's cats try to run after it. But in this case, let's say it's just a normal robot that's, instead of getting the cheese, they're trying to get some energon cube or something like that from the middle of the maze, right? So the robot will try to find the cube, and there are some techniques for this. You probably learned these in university, like first year of university, which is you have things like depth first search when you do a graph, which is you always go left. And if you don't find it and you reach the end, you go back a bit and then you go right. And if that doesn't find it, you go back a bit and then you move right, and then you go back a bit and move right. And actually you go through all of the tree, all of the graph, until you actually find the thing, okay? And this is not artificial intelligence. This is just graph traversing. Like you can do this with 2 or 3 lines of code to implement this. It's very, very easy, okay? Now, here's the problem. Doing that will assume that you start on the left or you start on the right or something like that, so it's not very optimized. If you are the evil human that wants the robot to fail, you're going to put the cheese in the middle or something like that, so it makes it longer for the robot to find the cheese. Okay, but the robot needs to be intelligent and get around it. So what does the robot do? Well, you're going to repeat this, I don't know, 20 times, 100 times, until the robot figures out, look, the human dude is always putting the things in the middle of the maze. So let's start there, okay? And as soon as you do that, the human is like, oh. And then you figure out that oh, we have to put it somewhere else, okay? So I'm gonna ask you to guess. Don't say it, but guess a number between 1 and 9. Okay, just guess the number. Okay, you guessed the number. Okay, so you selected the number. Okay, how many of you have even numbers like 2, 4, 6, 8? One person out of a room with, I don't know, 15, maybe more, 10, 15, whatever. So one person. Okay, how many of you selected 5? One person as well. How many of you selected 1 or 9? One person as well. How many of you selected 3 or 7? Pretty much most people, right? Pretty much, I think I've exhausted all of the numbers, right? So the thing is that for us humans, number 1 and number 9, we're not going to select it. It's not random for us. It's the first or it's the last. It's not random. We don't consider it random. Number 5 is in the middle. We don't consider it random. It's rare, okay? Do you select even numbers? No, they seem very even, very strange to be selected. So you never select even numbers. Nobody selects even numbers, okay? Very rare. What do you select? You select something in one side or select something in the other side, 3 and 7, okay? So this is human nature. I could extend the value to go all the way up to 100 or something, but the values that you got would be like 2 camel humps or something like that. They would always be in the same place, okay? But with small numbers, this is very easy to detect. So let's say that you have a maze and you put the stuff there. You're going to put it, so one time you're going to put it in the center, the other times you're going to put it in somewhere on the left side, but on the right side, but somewhere in the middle of those, right? So it's actually very predictable, okay? I expected you to have this kind of results, okay? So the robot will also predict this kind of thing. So how does this work? Well, the robot needs to predict this, and there is actually an ugly word that names this, okay? So you use things like machine learning, you get information in other ways. Sometimes it's just a normal SQL query, okay? You can do a group by of the locations where you found it, so it doesn't even have to be machine learning. There's 9 places, you do group by position where you found it, and then you have counts of each. It's just very basic, right? So when you find this kind of thing, you need to put you need to have the machine detect it. And that is actually something that you use it in antivirus, use pretty much everywhere. It's something called heuristics, okay? So I don't want to do the definition of this. Heuristics, the definition of this for me is called magic, okay? It's just as simple as that. Just call it magic and it works, okay? Because in some way, the computer will actually detect those things and it will use it against us. Okay, so the computer will know. The antivirus knows things. They know trends about the virus. Even if you don't detect the actual virus, you detect the trends of the things that the virus executes to actually replicate itself, etc. It's trends. So these things are in the machine learning world, in the artificial intelligence world, these are called heuristics, okay? Nothing special about that. You don't need to figure out how to create them. It's just advanced level. We'll keep it simple, okay? Because most of the things we're going to see is how to use actual data, not actually drive a car, but actually use data that you get from your information systems and try to get some information out of this, okay? So we're not going to do expert level robots taking over the world kind of thing. We're doing it simple. We're going to use it for something practical that on an everyday basis we might have to use it, okay, with normal SQL tables. Okay, or something else. Okay, so as for artificial intelligence, this is simple enough, and then you get the cube. There are other ways to detect where you can find the cube in the middle of the maze, but typically the best way is for you to learn from the past using those heuristics and start in a place where it makes the most sense in terms of statistics or in terms of number of times this was here, something like that. And sometimes it's like when you do the Euro Millions or something like that, you can actually detect it the other way around. So if something got selected, this is a math paradox which doesn't make that much sense, because there is a statistical, same number of probabilities from that 1 to 9 that I mentioned. But if you know that the last time someone said 5, you're probably going to do something else other than 5, right? Because you think, well, how likely is it for someone to win Euro Millions or some lottery with 2 exact numbers at the same time? It's going to be very unlikely. So you're going to do something different. It's a human thing. It's a math paradox because in practical terms, it's irrelevant. You have the same probability of selecting the same value or a different value, okay? But, for us human, we have to be different, okay? But, it's okay. Anyway, artificial intelligence is fairly simple, but now let's have a look at machine learning. And machine learning is, as you mentioned correctly, it's a subset of artificial intelligence. Now, here's the problem. With machine learning, it's not deterministic, okay? So everyone knows a function, if you input some parameters, it's deterministic if the result is always the same with those specific parameters, right? But if you have a function that takes things like the clock time at the moment or something to process something, the result is going to be random. You don't know what the result is going to be. It might be close, but it's going to be different every time, okay? Here's the thing. With machine learning, you don't have deterministic functions, but they are near deterministic, statistically deterministic. What does that mean? Well, if you do machine learning training, sometimes it goes well, sometimes it goes wrong. Typically, there are algorithms where you can guarantee that they are exactly deterministic, so you run it multiple times. The result of that training is going to be exactly the same, but in most cases, there's going to be differences. Because just for you to open some application on your computer and the CPU goes lower, it takes a few more microseconds or something like that for something to run. This can actually affect the algorithms, and this will not give you an exact result. It might be slightly different, okay? But from a statistical point of view, let's say that you guess everything correctly, let's say 90% of the times, okay? If for some reason you have a new training, instead of 90%, it can be 89 or 91%. So most of the results will be correct, but there might be small differences, okay? But from a statistical point of view, most of these will be open. Cables here, sorry. Most of this will actually be the same, okay? So we have to consider that they might be the same. So we are confident in this. There is actually that number that I mentioned. That number is kind of like the quality of that model. Okay, I will show you a few examples of different machine learning algorithms. Okay, and you'll see how easy this is. This is not like weird stuff. It's actually easier. Okay, but all of these will have some quality. Okay, the quality can be just a percentage value of saying how many times did you guess this correctly? 90%. That is actually good value. Okay, because if you go to 95%, you need to do a lot more training, so it becomes exponential. There's like an exponential curve going up. Every time you add 1%, the curve goes drastically up. Okay, so you need to consider that this is actually working. If you go to 99%, you spend an infinity of time to actually go to 99%. Okay, the trick there is to try to use a different kind of machine learning algorithm or something like that might be a bit better. We'll see a few examples of that as well. Okay, so just to mention what machine learning does. Takes a bit of data, okay, and then tries to get you some intelligence, okay. One of the important things I need to mention about this is that I just said predicts things, okay, that's the formal definition, predicts things, okay. No, but this works in two ways. First of all, you do the training, you get like petabytes of data if you have to, and this can be a huge amount of data, okay, and then the result is like when you go and distill like, I don't know, beer or not beer, but any kind of alcoholic beverage that's not beer. When you distill it, you actually reduce the amount of things that you have, and then you're left over with a few drops of the actual liquid, right? It reduces a lot, and this is the same thing. So you can take a petabyte of information, train based on it, so you get better quality based on all of that information. Okay, and in the result you get
a model that can be just a few kilobytes in size, okay? The model that Catalin showed in the first session actually works really well in the IoT device, because the actual model, it's not the training itself, it's just the model was probably trained on a PC or in the cloud, whatever, right? And then you have that physically very small. But then when you do predictions based on that, because it's only a few kilobytes in size, it's just basically, oh, let's take all of the information we know, all of the variables that are there, execute some math with this internally, we don't have to worry, okay? It just works, and then you get the result out. Do you know how many megabytes your model of the cats was? Kind of?
Something like the model that we go to the device, it's in the hundreds.
100 megabytes. Megabytes.
Full container.
Oh,
because
yeah,
it's
right.
packed.
Okay, so in
But
this case,
you know, as in custom vision, you have also the compact models that you are running on Android devices, which are in the megabyte size.
okay, so smaller. Okay, but in this case, the example here specifically, if you didn't go to the other session, is that there, Catalin used something called Azure Cognitive Services, specifically custom vision, to put up a lot of images of cats, and then the result of that was to detect specific cats. Okay, so obviously that's not easy, and you require a bit more capacity in terms of the model. But if this is just for normal data like tables, etc., this is going to be very small, like kilobyte size. Okay, because remember, what they do is pretty much, let's say you have a table with a lot of data, right? What you do, this is not how it's actually done, but consider it mentally like this. Okay, so each column will have a weight, let's call it like that. So this is worth more, this is worth less, etc. And then you have the multiplication of each value for each column that you want to use. Again, this is conceptual, not reality. Reality is different. But you can detect it, something like that, and then you have some values to compare, etc. So this is going to be just a few kilobytes if you're handling data, a few megabytes if you're handling images or sound or something like that. Okay, so still very, very easy. Okay, but let's have a look at some actual examples. Okay, my mouse I think is on that side. It's very confusing. Okay, two types of models. So you have supervised and unsupervised. What is this? Catalin had a session where he put up all of the cats. Okay, so he knew what the result is going to be because he declared that this cat here is actually going to be cat number 1 or cat number 2 or cat number 3. Okay, and you can do that with other scenarios as well. However, in this case, the result is going to be A or B or C or 1, 2, 3, whatever, right? So that's easy. So in that case, or in the case where you have, let's say, some kind of table. Okay, let's say it's a bank loan, and the bank loan has the data for the person. Okay, value they ask, how much money they make, if they're married, if they reproduce themselves, all of that stuff, and then in the end they say yes or no. Did that person in the end pay for that bank loan? Yes or no? Okay, and you can have the information from before already defined, and you use that to learn because the computer knows that the answer is yes or no, so they will learn based on that. That is something called supervised. Okay, that means that you know the answer when you are feeding that to machine learning. You are providing the answer. If it is unsupervised, you have no idea what to expect. Okay, things like face recognition and stuff like that. Sometimes it's a bit more difficult. You use different kinds of algorithms to detect this, but you don't really say this is A, this is B, this is C. It's usually a bit more difficult. Okay, so you're trying to guess the thing based on some level of knowledge that you acquired, but not necessarily the direct value. Okay, so this is different. So these kind of things actually divide your world of algorithms into two places. When you do the training, you have to know the results with the supervised. You don't know the result with the other one. Okay, I'll show you a few examples of each in a second. Okay, so I do apologize that the screen looks a bit bad here, but just to explain how machine learning training actually works. Okay, so you start with some data there on top. Okay, and the data is kind of it might not be correct. An example of this is, let's say you have a person's age. Okay, you need the age, but you have the birth dates. Okay. A good example of this is, I usually mention this. Let's say you are doing shopping, okay? Everyone's doing shopping, and someone did shopping in the year 2000, okay? Not these chocolates, I hope.
No,
So,
it's 1999.
1999, okay, that's right. So let's imagine you are someone who was born in 1950, and in the year 2000 you bought product X. let's say what product this, okay? And during that time, 20 years later, 2020, okay, because we're still in 2020, the pandemic froze time, you know what happens. So in 2020, another person was born on the exact same day, at the exact same hour, at the exact same minutes in 1950, bought the exact same product X, okay, bought this product X, which is chocolates, okay? So are these the same profile of people? Yes or no? It's off.
No, probably no.
Okay, who said no first? You? Okay. What do you want? Chocolates?
The chocolate.
Chocolates, okay. So we got the chocolates. Oh, okay. Courtesy of Catalin. Okay, so anyway, the answer is actually no, because in one case the person is 50 years old, in the other case the person is 70 years old. These are completely different people in terms of profile. Okay, so if you consider the age a bit younger, if you are a 6-year-old kid or a 26-year-old kid, you are completely different, right? So it makes no sense. So how's the logic here? What do you need? Well, do you need to know the birth date of that person today? They are 72 years old today. Again, no, because both of these people are 72 years old today. You need to know the age when the action happened, when they bought the exact products. In the year 2000, in the year 2020, okay? But not today. So you need to know differences, okay? So you need to know this. Also, you might need to aggregate this information into groups of ages, okay? So there are a lot of ways for you to aggregate in bins. So there's the logic of using bins, which are typically same size, etc. So you divide that into groups of ages or something. But in the case of actual age, person's age, it's different. You typically say from 0 to 6, because these are kids who do not know how to read. So they know how to ask for things, but not exactly the things you want. 6 to 10, primary school, 10 to 18, high school. So they're going to do a lot of smoking and crazy stuff. From 18 to 25, that's going to be university. So they give up the weed smoking and they start on the heavy drinking, okay, because they are in university. And then from 45 up to 65, maybe groups of 10 years, 25, 35, 45, 55, 65, you group them by ages of normal consumption because they are adults, they are working, so normal stuff. After 65, you are old, so pretty much the same until the end, okay? If this is a medical kind of, machine learning training, obviously the age groups are going to be different, okay? And then again, I'm not sure. If this is related to drinking, probably not. But if this is just about health, human health, in that case, the age groups are not related directly to the human social behavior, right? So that would be different. But this is about consumption of products in supermarkets. These are probably the ones that you're going to use at some point in time, okay? So these will be different. Now, you need to clean up your data. One of them is to transform the data. This is called feature engineering, feature selection, etc. Features are basically the columns. Okay, so you have columns and they are called features. Okay, some you call them columns, fields, dimensions, measures. If you are doing BI, whatever, doesn't really matter. They decided to come up with another name called features. Okay, so these are features. These are columns. Okay, and you have to select the ones you want. Sometimes you don't feed everything to machine learning. Why? Because you don't need it. Okay, would you feed like the ID of the person, the ID number of the person, or the name of the person to machine learning? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. Chocolate?
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, so the answer is actually no. Why? Because the ID of the person or the name of the person is irrelevant. Okay, so he's called Catalina, I'm called Andrea. We're both fat, so we are in the same profile.
Prominent.
Oh, XL, double XL.
Yes.
So anyway, but
more prominent.
But the thing is that if you use like a national ID number, which is sequential, that ID number is actually very close to your age, right? From a machine learning's point of view, small number, old people, big number, young people, right? So it's kind of sequential, right? So the machine will actually use, even if you don't have another field, they will use that field to treat different ages differently. Okay, so that's wrong. Okay, so anything that relates to personal identifiable information, not because of GDPR, but because machine learning will just read it, you have to remove it. Okay, just keep things like, I don't know, how many kids you have, how much money you make, you know, the usual relevant stuff. Okay, so age makes sense, but as age, maybe age groups. Okay, in this case, if it is a bank loan or something like that. Okay, so you start by fixing all of your data, and then there's actually something here that says split data. So this split data here actually divides the data into two parts. Remember, this is supervised, okay? And in this case, it divides it into, let's say, 70 or 80% for you to do the training. And the training is actually done here, okay? And the other part goes to the right, and it's done in the bottom in the window that says core model, okay? Why? Because first of all, you do the training. It might take hours, days, weeks, even months. In some cases, it takes a long time. But then, once you get the result coming out of this, actually, this is a tool model hyperparameters, but it can be a training box. It's the same thing. Okay, I won't go into details. This one does multiple trainings at the same time. That's the difference. Okay, that's why it has one extra connector there. But in any case, when you go here and go to the SPAR model, the result is going to be your model. It's one or more small files that have the magical results. Okay, that's the one you want. So what? And this is actually, if you think about this, oh, but this is just a graphic, etc. No, no, no. You actually have each of these connections. If you use things like .NET, these are objects like any other. Okay. If you use Python, you can also use this as objects, etc. These are objects. What comes from that one all the way down is a normal object. Okay, and that object is your model object that can be saved to a file on disk and stuff like that. Okay, yeah. So anyway, let's have a look. So let's get my mouse back. Okay, so after this, you score the model. What's scoring the model? Well, it's comparing using the model to actually get some predictions, but based on the remaining 20 or 30% that you have on the right. And then you compare, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, and suddenly you get 90% quality. That means 90% were correct, okay? And this can be, these have different names, okay? Depending on the algorithm that you are using, these can be called, I call it quality because it's an easy, generic way to explain it, okay? But it's typically called accuracy, which is the overall accuracy. Sometimes we call it precision, like positive precision, negative precision, for the things that are positive or the things that turn out negatives in a yes or no scenario. Okay. Okay.
Half an hour.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Okay. What actually happens is that there are other names. So things like area under the curve. So you have a curve, you want to increase the curve as much as possible. So the area under the curve is your correctness in this case. If you are doing a different thing, which is not a yes or no, like multi-class or dual class, yes or no, but if you are doing an actual number, like temperature or something like that, in that case you have things like Spearman correlation, things like if you are doing distances, if you are trying to find the closest distance to something like taxis and things like that, you might want to use root mean squared error. This seems ugly, but the error part is the distance, and this can actually be turned into kilometers if you want to. Okay, because this is root mean squared error. So you square it, but then you root it. So the result will still be kilometers. Okay, so if you are predicting kilometers of distance to be as close as possible, if you actually use it in a geographical, geometrical kind of way to actually multiply by cube and then come back to the root. So you end up with a proper result, which is how we do it. Don't worry about the math at this point, but you still get the result in kilometers, or if you are doing numbers in terms of, I don't know, money or something like that, you get the result in levo or in euros or in something like that, okay? So then the number isn't an abstract number, it's actually a number that you recognize, okay? So there are a lot of these kind of metrics. There's actually a lot, depending on the algorithm. You just have to figure out the one you want to use, okay? So after this, so you start with getting the data, you clean it up, you do a training. To do a training, you have to select the algorithm, okay? Let's ignore that part for now. It's the next slides that I have, okay? And then you have a scoring and testing, which we did. And then you have the evaluation. The evaluation is just calculating that percentage of quality or those metrics that I just mentioned now, okay? So that's easy. But here's a funny bit, number 6 and number 7. So number 6, you have to do something with the training now. You have a model. You can deploy it as a web service and run it as a web service, and then you call a REST API and you call it every time and say, here's my data, give me a prediction. Okay, so you can run it live. And this is very normal to use. Why? Because every time you need to update it, you update the web service. You don't update every application, you update the web service, and then you get the result correctly. If it fails, you have like load balancing, or you have swapping between one and the other, whatever, and you guarantee you swap to the new training later on without downtime. So it works really well. And the last one is retrain again. Okay, retrain back. I'll retrain back, or something like that. So I'm trying to do the other one, forget. So you have to train this over again. So after a few months, you have more data. And that data corresponds to the most recent people. You also are going to remove the old data. So let's say that the laws changed for that bank loan. You're going to get rid of the old ones, right? You're going to get rid of the old ones like 5 years ago or something. You're just going to keep the most recent ones. So you're going to get new data sets and do all this over again on a regular basis. And depends on the company. It might be every month, it might be every year. We don't know. Depends on your business, okay? You get to choose. Okay? So let's have a look at the next one. Okay, so let's start with algorithms, okay? And these are easy. How many of you know linear regression? Okay, a few people. How many of you went to high school? Hopefully all of you, okay? Okay, Katalin didn't. He didn't raise his hand. So in high school, you probably learned, or even in primary school, I don't know, you had some points and you have to draw a graph. So you draw a line in the middle of those points. And what's the formal definition? I don't want to get into that, but basically you are going to do a line that looks as close as much to the points, right? In average terms, it should be the line that closely resembles the points, whatever, right? So this is the kind of thing that you can do if you have a linear regression. So you have a line. How does that line work? Very easily. So you see on the left, there's like 30 on the 0 axis, right? The value of 30. So that's the value you have a formula like a plus bx, and that's number a. Okay, that's the value of a. That's number 30 that you have there at the axis level, right? Because you have to start somewhere. And b is going to be the inclination of that curve, so some weird number. Okay, and then every time you have a value here, let's say 60 or 70, let's put 70 down here. Okay, you move it up, and you see that the line is there. So your prediction is going to be the horizontal equivalent, which is going to be around 60 on the y-axis. Okay. So every time you're predicting, you are simply saying, oh, look, let's apply the formula a plus bx. You have a, you have b, and you get the y, right? You get the results. This is the only time I can explain machine learning algorithm that you can actually understand. All the other ones are like magic. Okay. But this one you can understand. 2 variables. You have to find the 2 variables that are the best, and everything works. But you do have other kinds of regression. So this is linear regression as the example here. But you can predict a lot of things like weather. Well, actually you don't. Economics. You can use this for economics, but like macroeconomics. You cannot use this for very specific economics like the stock market. That's going to fail. Why? Any guess why this is always going to fail? Because it's a... Okay, no, but why? Why?
Time.
Not time, not time. Because it is unpredictable, but because the humans are unpredictable. It's based on humans, okay? That's the problem. If it was just the stock market going up and down because someone is buying something else, someone is buying something, selling, etc., that would be predictable. Problem is you have humans, and humans are like people like idiots, like Elon Musk and people like that decide to buy a lot of things for Twitter. So Twitter valorizes itself a bit more. Then he wants to get rid of it, so suddenly it's worth much less and stuff like that. So that's irrational behavior. That's human behavior, irrational behavior. That's actually the reason why the stock market is completely absurd. Anyone trying to use machine learning to make money out of the stock market just loses money, okay? Because the only time you make money is if you can predict human behavior. Machines don't do that, humans do, okay? That is the problem. If you want to predict it, do the exact opposite of what machine learning is telling you, maybe. Okay, I'm not sure, but don't waste your money on it. But anyway, besides linear regression, most of the things are actually like curves, okay? Linear regression is the simplest, it's the fastest, but most of them are like curves. So we have an example like this. So the points look like this, so we try to find a curve for this. These can be, I don't know, things like polynomial curves. This can be, this is polynomial. So you can see the drawing where they start to iterate values until they find the one that makes the most sense. This will take some time, okay? And by the way, you don't have to do anything. You just get a box. The box does this internally, okay? All you have to do is what the box does, okay? And you feed the stuff to the box and things just work. That's how machine learning works from a developer's point of view, okay? Now you have things that are, this is 2D. This is actually 3D, but you can have more if you want to. So it is possible to have stuff in more than 2D and 3D, okay? So anyway, a few examples of this, and just see. So this one is very bad, right? So this is, sorry about this because I'm seeing this very small here to be able to work with things, and I have to look at that, and it's a bit out of focus. Okay, so this thing doesn't work well, right? Do you know what the name of this thing is? Okay, so this would be something called underfitting. So you're trying to select something, let's say the red one, you're trying to select something and that doesn't work well. The blue one is better, okay? That would be something called underfitting. You're just ignoring it altogether. You follow a trend, but it doesn't work very well. I have more examples of this. So in this case, this one is a direct line, but some of these have problems. But the issue here is that the line might still be the most adequate one for this, because there's so much on the bottom, so much on the top that you have to have the average, okay? What do you do in this case? You have different kinds of algorithms that might allow you to just say, look, the value is going to be somewhere on this curve, but it's going to have a margin of tolerance up and down. So we can guarantee 99 or 90-something% of the cases, it will not exceed that margin of tolerance. If your business is okay for that, it's okay with that specific margin of tolerance above the line and under the line, everything's okay. But not all of them allow you to do that, okay? So I have a few others. So this is underfitted, so similar to that one. So you just draw a line, but these, obviously some of these points are going to be terrible, okay? You have overfitted, so that means you did a lot of training with the data that came in, and you guaranteed 100% of quality in this, okay? What's the problem after this?
You cannot generalize.
You cannot generalize. The next sample that you're going to get from real world is going to be completely different. So that will fail drastically. So in reality, you think you are doing a great job because you got 100% in terms of quality or very close. You're actually getting very low in terms of real world quality. Okay, so really bad. What you want is something that looks like the one in the middle. So a good fit somewhere in the middle that works well. Would you like another chocolate?
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. I still have more. Catalin provides it. Okay, so here's the problem. Not all points are okay. This is an example of how you exaggerate, how you not exaggerate, and do the opposite. This is a good one. This might take more or less time, but think about this. All these in the end are statistics. If you try to analyze the data, and if you try to do it graphically, you might see something that looks like this. Okay? So everyone knows this, right? It's no, I'm kidding, it's not you. No, anyway, it's a Datasaurus, okay? So what happens here is you have a lot of points and you think, well, this means a lot, right? Reality is this doesn't, because if you try to do the average of these points, you get this. That's it, okay? It's not a dinosaur, it's not any other kind of animal, it's just a simple line. And I exaggerated the line, it's probably simpler. Okay, if this is done right, it's probably close to zero because that's the example that they want to do. Okay, so don't trust statistics. Okay, don't trust graphics. Don't trust anything. Trust your business. If you need to do machine learning for your business, you're going to feed stuff to machine learning, and you're going to get some result out. Will that result make sense? Yes or no? Okay, I'll give you an example where the results fail. I'll actually talk about other things like clustering, etc. in a second, but I think I can give you this example now. So you have stuff like what's that called? You go to a supermarket and you can buy chocolate, you can buy anything, you can buy beer, okay? So let's say you buy beer and at the same time, actually I'll not go with beer, I'll go with wine, okay? Well, it's different, it's more quality, so it's more dignified. You have a moustache, right? So you drink wine, you have a moustache. So you're drinking wine, but at the same time you buy diapers. Are these two related? Sometimes. Or beer in that case. Sometimes. The answer is no. The reason sometimes when you buy one thing, you also buy the other, is that you are buying it probably at the end of the month where you got paid, so you stock up on everything. Okay, and that includes diapers, that includes toilet paper, the very famous toilet paper we had in 2 years, and that probably includes some alcoholic beverages. Okay, that is the reason why these are associated. But does it make sense? Then you need a human to tell the computer what to do. This doesn't make any sense. Well, you have diapers, unless the guy gets completely drunk and needs diapers or needs toilet paper, which can happen, not saying it isn't, but in most cases it's because there is a more social, a more logical reason for this, which is it's the end of the month, the dude just got paid and he bought a whole bunch of things to actually get drunk and probably use the toilet paper at the same time. Okay, but the reason is different, so you cannot relate the two together. Okay, other things like you buy this, but you also buy peanuts. Yes, those will be related. Okay, because those make sense because you eat them together, you do them together. Okay, so let's have a look at a few more. This is logistic regression. So you can have, in this case, you were actually doing something. Although it is called a regression on top, you're actually doing something which is you're applying a two-class model, okay? So here you're actually calculating not a number like we did before, like an actual sequential continuous number, but here you are detecting yeses or nos. So in this case on top you have a yes, in this case on the bottom you have a no. In this specific example, let's ignore the text that's here, and let's consider a slightly different text. I usually use, if you are in school and if you are doing an exam, okay? Consider this the number of hours that you study. So 2 hours and a half, 3 hours, etc. 2.5 on average. If you study a lot, you pass the exam. That's the top, right? If you don't study anything, you fail the exam, right? So if you still studied a lot, but didn't go well, you fail the exam. But sometimes you are lucky, you didn't study much, but you still pass the exam, okay? So this does not guarantee 100% of the cases, but it does guarantee you some kind of a threshold where you can detect where you are. And these that exceed some values will probably fail, but most of them will be okay, right? So let's say 90% would be a good number, but somewhere in the middle, there's going to be some flexibility here where it fails. The number typically is actually not the vertical line, it's the horizontal line, in fact, okay? However, let's assume that the value was 50%, okay? If you are asking for a bank loan and you have two people, one with 49%, one with 51%, do you accept one and reject the other? The answer is no, okay? This is the human side of things that you need to be careful, the responsible AI kind of thing, the human side, which is you have to give it a margin, let's say 10% each way, okay? And if it is less than 40%, you say no. If it is more than 60%, you say yes. If it is somewhere in the middle, maybe you want to get the computer to provide as much information as possible and have the actual human decide if this makes sense. Because statistically, 49% or 51% as a result is the same for both people. And you know, maybe the 49% person needs the bank loan, and if you don't give them a bank loan for a house or for something, they will probably have their life completely screwed up from their own. Okay, so that will affect that person's life for the rest of their life if they don't get the bank loan for a house. Okay, and the same for the other one. So you need to guarantee that this is okay, right? I'm not sure what kind of answers they have, but typically there is a margin here that the human actually decides. Okay, so two-class classification. Basically, you are getting some result of yes or no. This can be yes or no, A or B, etc. Okay, if it is multi-class, you're actually defining things like A, B, C, D. So instead of just two, you have more. For multi-class, you have different algorithms that are more efficient. But for two-class, you have other algorithms like this, which again are more efficient if you only have two options. Okay, an example of multi-class is how many nationalities are here? So Romanian, Portuguese, Bulgarian, anything else other than this?
Serbian, maybe.
Oh yeah. We have one there in the corner sleeping.
Let's
not go
Don't worry.
there. Yeah, so 4 different options. If I was going to do some machine learning training to detect the nationality of you by asking some questions, I don't know, whatever they were, I would get 4 possible results, A, B, C, or D. Okay, and that makes sense. Okay, so you use a multi-class algorithm. Okay, remember, if you really want to, you can actually transform all of your data and force the data to give you specific results. It's like with the dinosaur. Okay, so let's have a look at the next one. Clustering. This is easy. Okay, so I mentioned the supermarket thing. This is one of the examples. Remember, we're seeing 2D here. Okay, so this is one axis of buying something. The other one is an axis of buying something else. Okay, we have this. We also have association. So depends on the case. One of them will be better for this than the other. Depends on the case. But clustering is very easy. So you have 2 levels, 3 levels, hierarchy, 4 levels, as many as you need to add all of the different kind of dimensions that you want to get into the problem, and then you try to aggregate these things together. Sometimes this is used for cybersecurity to detect if you are outside of your bubble, let's call it like that. Okay, how do you detect these bubbles? Well, let's say you have 5 here. Basically, you select 5 random dots somewhere in the map, doesn't really matter. You try to calculate, and this is called k-means over there. Okay, you try to calculate, this is from the 70s. I wasn't born when this was created. Okay. So anyway, when the logic here, you take all the 5 dots somewhere. These are called centroids or centers, if you prefer, and then you try to associate each of these points to the nearest centroid. Okay, based on distance. And then what you do is, once this is done, you give them, let's say, different colors or something. You move the center of that to the center of those. Okay. And then you repeat this operation of finding the closest ones like 5, 6, 7, or 8 times until these things don't move and it is fixed and you found the clusters. Okay, and you can even find things like, you see that in the map there are some of them, like the one completely on the left, there is one that's completely outside. Okay, so you might think, oh, given the round level of the thing, this is very far away from the centroid, so that means that this might be okay in some cases, but it might also be some kind of anomaly. Okay, this is typically not used to detect anomalies, but you can also find, based on the distance of the centroids to the point, you can also detect that this can be some kind of problem as well. Okay, although there are specific algorithms just to detect anomalies. Okay, I'm not going to go into details, but there are specifics for that. But basically, if you have points that are very far away from the expected value, you typically can assume that these are anomalies as well. Okay, not perfect, but you can do it. So a few other examples. So you turn something like that into something like that. That's easy. You can have data looking like this, and then you try to cluster it. This looks very weird, so this is not so obvious. Okay. But you decide, oh, I want 3 clusters, and then tick, tick, tick. So this, you might not be able to see this correctly because the colors are not very good with this wall. But in any case, you have 3 black dots, okay? And then all of the colors try to associate to them, okay? And even if you run this multiple times, statistically, it's not going to be 100% perfect and repeated, but it's going to give you pretty much the same results most times, okay? And, you know, 99% kind of assurance. Okay, so you have multiple dimensions. Okay, multiple 3D, 4D, something like that. It's difficult. Okay, now here's the problem. Statistics. If you are an alien or a robot, you come to this planet. The first thing you see is that on average, everyone on average has 1, but in reality, some people have 2, some people have 0. The actual number is 1.99999 something, okay? I'm assuming, okay? There might be 2.1 in some cases, but the average is going to be a bit lower, right? I'm assuming, okay? But in any case, you don't want to check. I don't want to check. But this is true. This is the problem with statistics. If you take some element of statistics incorrectly, you might get this kind of result, which makes no sense for the real world, okay? Anyway, this is I saw this online, I had to put this here. It's better than the other one. Okay, anyway, last things. Now this is more like techniques where you can run some algorithms, okay? So I mentioned a few types of algorithms, but now the techniques that are used inside the algorithm can be different. This is something called multi-class, okay? So multi-class, decision tree, sorry, my fault. This is decision tree. Decision tree basically says that you can build the tree gradually, and the computer will accumulate that knowledge gradually. Let's say you have this here. Let's take Catalin's cats, okay? Is it a mammal? Yes. Do people commonly keep it as a pet? Yes. So Catalin, you have a hamster. Is this correct? In a way,
yeah,
it bites things, yeah, but technically it's not correct. It should
more
be a cat.
like a rat.
So I'm the computer. What's the difference between your cat and a hamster? Anything?
Between a cat and a rat is nicer.
Is it nicer? Okay, let's use that. Is it nicer? Okay, it's a hamster. Is it not nicer? Does it bite or something? Well, both of them. Anyway, does it bite? So it's a cat, okay? And next up, does anyone have a dog? Dog. No dog people here. Good. So is it a mammal? Yes. Do people use it as a pet? A dog? Yes. So does it bite? Well, a dog also bites. But suddenly people say, oh, it's a cat. No, it's a dog. What's the difference between the two? A cat is much more intelligent and can take over the world. Remember the Egyptians, okay? They don't have photos of dogs. They have photos of cats. They have a sphinx. It's only cats, okay? Cats are intelligent, dogs are not. Okay, so you can actually build this up internally, okay? And some of the parameters or hyperparameters that you have inside some algorithms is number of leaves, which is the last level, okay? Number of levels, actual levels, or number of nodes or something, okay? And also number of trees. You might have more than one tree, okay? Let's say there's actually an example here. I'm not going to do it, we don't have time, okay? But there's actually an example called 20q.net, which I recommend that you try at home, okay? This is very old, 25 years old. You can try to find things by asking questions, but they don't say just yes or no. They say yes, no, and then the other ones are like, a maybe is 50% each, okay? So we're not saying yes and no as in binary, you're saying yes and no as in, let's say, a percentage. Yes is 100%, no is like 0%. But then you have things like unknown, which basically says, let's ignore this question because you don't know. But then when you say relevant, that's worse. If you are in a tree and trying to say, is it small? Yes, and you say it's irrelevant, okay? It's a weird way to say it's irrelevant. Does it have teeth? Irrelevant, or something like that. In that case, you're saying that the tree is asking you, does it have teeth, okay? And there's an option yes or no. But if you say relevant, suddenly you are in the wrong tree. You need to be like a monkey and jump to a different tree, okay? So think about this from a data point of view, from a SQL point of view. You have tables and you do joins on tables, right? If you have a lot of trees like this, and if a tree becomes irrelevant, you just ignore the tree. But all of the other trees that are still valid, you kind of do the equivalent of a SQL join between the results of the trees, okay? And whatever comes out, processed with a lot of more details, but keeping it simple like this is what comes out of this decision tree. So decision trees are very fast to get the prediction because you answer a lot of questions and you get the prediction out. Building them is also very easy to do, okay? So it's kind of the way that you do this, okay? Remember, a decision tree is not an algorithm by itself. It's something that's built inside the algorithm to actually run things, okay? It's different, okay? Anyway, you also have things like neural networks, and these are usually much more precise in terms of quality, etc. They will be very good, but they are very slow as well, okay? So they require a lot of memory, a lot of CPU, a lot of time to process things, and each of these are your input nodes, output nodes, or layers, and the ones in the middle, you have layers that do processing, and the details of this is crazy. I don't really want to go into this. There are sessions on this which are so advanced that are crazy. But basically, you can just have an algorithm that's a box that has this stuff inside. You can just use it, okay? You know it's going to be slow, but you can definitely use it, okay? Now, there's a list, and the thing here is here, so aka.ms/ml cheat sheets, okay? It's online. You can search for it. It's for Azure Machine Learning cheat sheets. It's on GitHub somewhere, okay? And this kind of thing actually has a lot of different things. I do apologize. I know it's difficult for you to see this, but basically it has some groups. So on that side, it has regression. On that side, it has two classifications. Okay, so on top, multi-class, so A, B, C, D instead of just A and B. Okay, image classification up there is text something as well, but then you have clustering and recommenders, basically to do associations of things, etc., and then also anomaly detections. Each of these, although it is a bit difficult to see here, each of these will have some text. So, for instance, linear regression will actually say something like linear models, small data sets, fast training, linear model. One of these, actually, the last one is the linear one, but one of them says accurate long training times. So you can choose the algorithm that you want based on those. Okay, so if you have a data, you try to with 10% of your data, it works well. If you want to scale it linearly, so it takes only 10 times more of time to process, you want to have something that looks very linear as best as you can. Okay, if it is exponential time, you're going to take forever to do it. Okay, so I'm not sure what time we started.
So at 10
something 30 maybe.
25.
25? Okay, so maybe if everyone's okay, I have 1 or 2 times to do it. So we can try Azure Machine Learning, and Azure Machine Learning is actually very simple. And I will show you this very, very quickly. So I have 2 or 3 minutes to show you this, okay?
Yeah, we'll be right about.
So this slide, I'll actually make this available. I don't want you to memorize this, but this is a list of all of the things that you can use for machine learning in Azure and in the Microsoft world. That includes SQL Server with machine learning services, etc. But a lot of things like Azure Machine Learning, Databricks, and Synapse Analytics, which is very nice. Previous session was on Databricks as well. Okay, I have these slides on my website. You can check them out there calmly. No need to do it now. Okay. I also on my website andy.pt I also have a lot of videos, like extended time videos, to explain how these things work. Okay, so you don't really need to memorize anything. I'll just do a very, very quick demo. Okay, so here, let me just click mouse on this side. Where's my mouse? Okay. So I'm actually not seeing anything. So this is my Azure portal. Okay, and I think I'm clicking here. Plus sign, yeah. So you go to portal.azure.com. If you don't have Azure Access, by the way, you can do all of this in Python on your computer. You don't have to do this here, okay? But the idea here is that if you want to run this here, you can actually click on machine learning, okay? And for machine learning, you can just click OK, find the marketplace that says machine learning, so Azure Machine Learning, and then you have to answer a few questions. So you say create, okay? It's very simple. You just say create, and then from here, you have, you choose the subscription, you choose a resource group, and then you can just give it a name here, and then the rest is automatic. So you pretty much just say everything automatic, okay? Once, and then you say down here, create, okay? It's very difficult to see here. I'm trying to read it from this side, it's very difficult to see. I'm not sure if this is a problem for you as well, but probably, okay? But anyway, so one of the things that you can actually do is you can go here for once you create it, you can actually go here to use your machine learning too. So basically, you go into the thing, click on a button that says Launch Studio, and then you are there. Okay. So from here, you have a lot of things that are very simple. One of them is AutoML. That means that you don't even worry about the algorithms. You just feed the data and it works. Okay. So AutoML is the simplest one. You can say new automated ML job. By the way, I ran one because this takes like an hour. So I ran one before. It's like a cooking show. I'm going to prepare stuff and we'll see the results like automatically, right? It feels like the thing goes into the oven and you put it open again. Like when you do Back to the Future, it takes like 2 seconds to hydrate the pizza, right? Okay, so anyway, you need to have some sample data, and I can go here to create and then open data sets, and I have some examples. You can try your own, you can upload your own tables, etc. The diabetes data set is a nice sample, okay? So I can go here to this one. I'm just going to go back. Cancel. Okay. So I have a sample of diabetes, and this pretty much has a lot of numbers, like medical numbers, okay? And the last one, so you have age, gender, body mass index, blood pressure, etc. but then towards the end you have the y. Y is usually the results, okay? Someone told me that the correct result is between 90 and 120, okay? So if you are between these numbers, you either have diabetes or you don't. I'm not sure which one is the correct one, to be honest. And I'm glad I don't know. But anyway, let's go for this. So all you have to do is to say, select this, select next, and then you have to define what kind of training you want. Remember, it's a sequential number, right? Continuous number, okay? So it's not yes or no. So we need to do, what's the type of algorithm that we need to do? Is it classification? It's regression, so it's linear, right? It's linear. Not linear in the sense of linear regression, but it's a line, so it's or a curve in this case probably, but it's sequential. Okay, so we need to do regression. Okay, so remember. By the way, I need to give it a name, so this name is okay. Target column, you select the Y column, so the last column. Okay, compute. I have some compute clusters that I've created. By the way, you create them here. It's actually down here somewhere. So compute, okay. So I've created them. It's just specifying the sizes, number of nodes. It's very basic, okay. And then I select the cluster, so I click on down here, and I have 3: cluster 1, cluster 2, etc. And then once you select this, you click on next. You answer 1 or 2 more questions, and one of them is regression, or classification, regression, or time series forecasting to predict what to expect. Natural language processing, this is new. I haven't seen it here yet. But basically, you select one. I'm going to select regression, and then there are some extra parameters that you can select, but next, some validation, etc. And then you say finish and you run it. But I've run it already. Okay, cancel. Okay, and you get the result here, and then you can actually see child jobs. To actually see all the jobs that were ran. So this ran a lot of them. This was like 5 minutes ago, okay? And one of them is probably going to be the correct one, okay? This one was canceled, so I'm not going to select the right one. I'm just going to randomly see a few of these, okay? So data set is the diabetes one, outputs model, something like this, and then you can see the details of that model if you want to, okay? So there's a lot of details here. I'm not going to go into a lot. I'm going to show you one more thing, okay? Because this would require a whole session just to explain all of this, okay? But have a look at one of my videos online that's on my website, and I have more detail, like a full session just to explain this part. But you can also say, let's say I select the first available one, so this one, okay? So remember the slide that we had, that graphical thing about machine learning? I also have a graphical one here, okay? So I can actually have this kind of thing. And somewhere on the left, you can actually add. So if you click on these things here, that's annoying. Go away. Okay. So I can actually see, I'm trying to use the mouse, sorry about this, but I'm not seeing the one that I want. But somewhere here, there's going to be, this kind of thing. Okay, so you have details here, okay. But you can actually select the kind of things that you want to add to the boxes that you want to add. And this can be things like Python or R, just a script that runs these things, or this can be actual training things, and then you associate with the algorithm that you want to use, etc. So this is easy. You can also go to notebooks if you want to, and actually run actual notebooks, okay? You have a lot of samples here, so you can just go here to tutorials, and then select one that you want, and then click on the 3 dots and say clone, so very easy, okay? And for this one, I've already have some results, so training. So I've ran this already, okay, so I did this already. So this is the result that you get. So this one is about training models to detect image 60,000, actually 70,000 images of numbers between 0 and 9, okay, to actually detect the numbers. So you're going to go here and do some code. Code is very simple. Most of the code, you're going to see that this is only that part of code that you have there. And most of the code is about creating the infrastructure, not even about running things. So you create the experiment here. Basically, you're saying that the experiment will be visible on the studio thing so that you see the results there. It's like to do logging. People want to do logging. This is to create the infrastructure, so very basic. Okay, I'm going to shrink this for a bit. So creating the infrastructure is very basic. And then the result of the training, again, you're going to get the data. Result of the training is just this. You load all of the data, and then you analyze the data first. So this is the results of the images first, okay? We haven't done anything. So the actual image and the labels that the human puts on those images, and then you need to compare if they are correct or not, okay? And the script itself is just this. So the only part that does machine learning is train tests, which is your data set, so it's data, okay? But the only part that runs is this one, logistic regression, but for images, okay? So this is the only part that you run. So first one, you define the algorithm. Next one is a very small line of code that say, please execute this training. You can do this, right? You can copy paste this line of code, and the rest inside is not your problem, okay? You just run it, okay? So you can tell how easy this is. And then you calculate values like accuracy based on the total, etc. Gives you a percentage, and then you can actually analyze if the things are okay or not. So I have, this is just running the training, okay? So the other part I actually didn't run, so it wasn't here, I didn't run it. A second. The other part I didn't run it. Yeah, it's the next step. So we need to run the next code to do this, and it will actually verify if things are working okay or not. And the prediction is going to be most of those numbers, you will see the same numbers, but you will have 2 or 3 red ones which failed detection, okay? So maybe a 7 looks like a 1 and things like that. So those kind of things sometimes are wrong, okay? Maybe I already have that one. Give me a second. Maybe I already have that one. I will try.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams, because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that one in three Indavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Indava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Indava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Indavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies. Punching above our weight, that makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become. Whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching.
Степчето ли от среща, дето ви викам Вали? Maybe да. Почваме ли? Почваме. Не, Валю, добре. Минимизирам. Окей. Тук важното е да не скриваме тази лента отдолу, нали? Андре? It's very important to not hide this line here. Hide?
Oh, it's not actually.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yes, it's not 33.
It falls all the things from here, so don't worry.
Okay. Така, надявам се. То много тегаво да не се вижда човек. Аз вече това 2 години преподавам и си виждам половината физиономия, виждам някакви аватарчета там, нали, с тази пандемия ни разкатах фамилията, но познавам един-двама от залата, мисля така. Казвам се Боряна и се занимавам с Excel, анализ на данни, BI-ски неща и съм MVP за Excel от 2012 година насам. С малко прекъсване, после пак ме възстановиха. Да, днес съм ви подготвила една интересна, надявам се, сесия, в която искам да ви покажа различни начини за връзка към едни фолдери с данни и с идеята да презентираме някакви реални проекти, които сме направили. Темата се казва It's easy, just refresh. Докато я готвих, установих, че хич не е easy. Оказа се, че има доста така тънкости. Да ще видим какво, дали ще мога да ви вляза под кожата с нея. И така, благодарим още веднъж на нашите спонсори. Сигурно от самото начало до сега този слайд вече за пореден път го виждате. Тук ни дава винаги един слайд, на който аз трябва да се представя. Ами аз съм мързелив човек. Това ми е основното. И поради тази си причина много обичам да правя така нещата, че да се случват лесно. Нали? Малко ще си дам зор в началото, за да автоматизирам колкото се може повече неща и накрая да натискам едни копчета и да натискам един рефреш. Преди 15 години работих в един кол център. Занимавах се с поддръжката на бази данни там и трябваше да правим едни репорти, общо взето всеки ден. Всеки божи ден за различните клиенти пускаш по един репорт и аз изкарах една бременност там, точно 9 месеца, с която за 9 месеца успях да автоматизирам абсолютно всичко. Натискаш на копче, то автоматично всяка сутрин, я натискаш, я не натискаш, нали? Според зависи, направих някой просто отваря се един Outlook сутринта в 9 часа, защото тогава почва работното време и всичко до така степен автоматизирано, че дърпаме данните от сървъра, генерираме репортите и това нещо автоматично изпращаше имейли съответно до съответните клиенти. Да, много заклинания писахме. То не беше транзакция SPA, то не беше VBA, то не беше какво ли не, за да го автоматизираме, но накрая работеше. Тъй като цяло about me, това с маск мразиме, затова гледам така да правя всичко, че то се може да си работи, аз да не пипам нищо. Ето какво съм ви нагласила днес. Благодаря на Андрей, че се забави, защото аз 60 минути няма какво да ви говоря, а сега на 25-35 минути по-ще смогна, нали? Общо взето съм ви подготвила два различни начина за конекция към фолдер. Като много хубаво нещо направиха Microsoft с помощта на BI-ските щурки, които създадоха, обаче ще видите след малко, аз имам 3 слайда на кръст, ще видите след малко оня култов бутон, дето сам прави нещата, нали, Combine, не винаги върши работа за нашите данни и то благодарение на Мари. Значи, като ни да правят прическата, така изглежда. После она ме снима така. Така, като култовия бутон там, който е Combine, не ми върши работа. Що? Защото експортите, които ние ползваме като цяло, никога не са съвършени. Нали, те ако са съвършени, ние ще ги достъпваме директно от базата. В повечето случаи експорта, който генерира която и да било този систем, като това неща, Salesforce, Mailforce и всичките там нататък, нали? И винаги има една специална обработка предварително, преди да почна да правя каквото и да било. И така, първо ще ви покажа какво се измисли Microsoft, това бутон Combine, с несъвършени файлове, де те си мислят, че върши работа. После обаче ще видим как всъщност можем да използваме това Combine в един малко по-адванс вариант и наистина тогава да ни свърши по-хубава работа. И на финала съм ви подготвила един реален проект. Миналата седмица ми се обажда една моя приятелка от Germany, така си говоря с Бени, че се занимаваме с немски продукти. Там table е табеле, много ми е забавно като дума. Там конкретен казус с DAX формула. И то не е проста формула, трябваше да калкулираме там едни неща. След малко ще ви въведа. Това ми бяха всичките слайдове, да пристъпим към демо. Първо ще започна с този. Сега ще пусна. Не се виждам, нали? От тази страна пусна светлината. Че тук ми е по-хубав профила. Така, пускам си една Power BI за десктоп. Както споменах, имайте предвид, аз съм си Excel-аджия. Принципно повечето проекти, които ги правим, си ги правим през Excel, ама сега ще ви покажа един път през Power BI за десктоп, един път през Excel, така че да видите, че няма общо взето никаква разлика, като интерфейс говорим за обработката на данни чрез Power Query. Тук е една симпатична папка. Съм заредила няколко файла, в случая това са 3 файла, като и това е за един друг кол-център, разработвахме на времето един проект. Тук идеята е следната. Всеки месец те трябва да обработват поредица от файлове, като имат няколко файла, които трябва да се обработват, едни постъпили колове, едни обработени колове, едни малко с по-специален статут, да ги наречем, някакви такива. Всичката тази информация трябва да се събере, да генерират един красив дашборд и следващия месец да дръпнат на ново файловете, да ги сложат съответно пак в папката и да направят същото това нещо. Само че до тогава всеки файл се обработваше ръчно. Нали, свалят го от тяхната система, почват да го обработват. Следващия файл, който е с приключилите колове, след това са аутстендингите, после пък имаха едни по шитове. В един файл се събира информацията, ама по шитове се събира. И така от 5-6 места, CSV, Excelски или други подобни файлове, събираме ние, трупаме на едно място и всъщност с помощта на едно такова BI-ско решение успяхме да автоматизираме абсолютно всичко. Първото нещо, което ви показвам, е перфектно изглеждащи файлове. Самата система не ги сваля така, специално съм ги нагласила, за да видите каква е идеята на Microsoft, ако всички файлове изглеждат така. Отварям ви един файл да видите как изглежда. Това е обикновено CSV, експорт от система X. Останалите са абсолютно същите, за различен период от време просто. Ето как изглежда нашето файлче. Имате заглавен ред. Да го зумна малко. Така, идеята тук е следното, че имате заглавен ред, нали, хедър. Данните са еднотипни, общо взето. Сега тук след малко ще видите как ще обработя датите и часовете специално, нали, които имаме заредени. Така че така изглежда един перфектен файл, мога да кажа, защото нямаме отгоре някакви излишни редове. Обикновено като свалите данни от системата X, там първите 3-4 реда гласят експортнато на дата от юзър, 5 празни реда, 6 не знам си какви други щуротии се случват и общо взето голяма мазаница. Тръгвайки да импортираме данни през фолдъра, както искам сега да направя, тези празни редове, ако съществуват, няма да ми свършат работа. И сега, в случая обаче трите файла са така красиви. Нямам празни редове, имам заглавен ред, прекрасно. Всичките са по един и същ начин наредени. Какво искат да ни покажат Microsoft с култовата им команда да дръпна данни от фолдър? Взимам си директно пътя до този фолдър. Викам му едно get data more. Тук му викам един фолдър. Сезам. Добре ме слуша. Ей да е фолдъра. Конектвам го. Пействам това нещо тук. Казвам OK. И сега трябва да направи, да ми покаже един wizard, тая красота wizard, където тук е магическия момент. Коя опция тук аджба да изберем? Ето защо не говоря на английски на сесиите, защото не имам така хубава дума аджба на английски, нали, как да го преведа толкова. Microsoft даже са ни светнали в жълто Combine. То много хубаво, ама при така вторнатите файлове, опцията Combine изглежда симпатично. Combine and Transform ще използвам, за да видите директно как изглежда в Power Query и да видите, че общо взето доста симпатично са заредени. Вижте, заглавен ред имаме, тук автоматично е зареден. Ще му кажа OK, да ми отвори Power Query-то. Хайде, се замче. Така, ето го къде е долу се е минимизирало. И всъщност какво се случва? Долу имаме 999 плюс на брой реда. Прекрасно заредени, ето ще покажа трите файла, откъдето дърпаме данни. Това са трите файла. И симпатичният момент е, че ако добавя тук още един файл, автоматично ще се заредят всичките. Затварям и аплайвам тази магия. Да видим реално от колко време се състои тази таблица. Де факто тук какво случва? Всеки един файл е взет и се апендва, дето му казваме. Това е благодарение, че естествено ползваме експорт от дадена система. Имената на колоните са еднакви, той чете имената на колоните. Напомням, при append командата в BI, в query-то, няма значение как са ви подредени колоните. Важното е да се казва по един и същи начин. И това обикновено е така, когато експортваме данни от някаква система. Така, ето това ни е таблицата, която е заредена. Ще избера самата таблица да видите. Долу какво казва тук? 1862 реда. Имаме прекрасна работа. Какво правят нашите хора от този момент нататък? Свалят си следващия файл за съответния месец, слагат го в нашата папка, идват тук, обикновен рефреш, броим до 5 и какво става? Ползват вече нови данни, 2474. Това е много хубаво, обаче трябва да са ни прекрасни данни. И ние тук какво правим? 1, 2, 3, клик, клик, комбайн, и вече може да си построявам различни дашборди от тая смешна таблица. Може и да създам предварително модел, откъдето да генерирам различни межери и да правя разни хубави работи. Това е лесният вариант. Сега да видим какво става обаче в реалния живот. Тази щуротия ще я затворя. Тук съм си подготвила един... Ето това ще гледате. Това е един друг проект. На местно ниво, Пловдивска работа. Андро, ела да ви сега за какво говоря. Така, Пловдивска работа. И аз като отворих най-празния файл на света. Така. Тук имаме ние любимци. Може би тук има нещо. Имаме ние любимци, с които много години подред работим. И задачата ни беше голям завод, там 3000 човека, трябва да направим автоматизация на транспорта им, всъщност. Да знаят колко човека от коя спирка да минат да ги съберат и после да минат да си ги оставят по къщата. Преди работеха с един единствен файл, с помощта на малко VBA, много тежко отваряне, всичко живо отваряше данни, слагаше всичко на едно в един файл, и он се обажда по телефона, затвори файла, че е в read only, не мога да си въведа смените на хората. Вече нямаме такава нещо. Вече въвеждаме под формата на темплейт. Всеки си отваря едно шаблонче, въвежда си съответните ID-та на техните хора, казват на тая седмица в коя смяна ще бъдат и всички файлове изглеждат по този начин, под формата на шаблон, просто имайте предвид. И всъщност след това са ни съответните сапки номера, техните имена. От събота до петък се генерират различните смени и това тук са спирките, откъдето трябва да вземем съответните хора. Имайте предвид, че проектът е доста по-тежък от това, което в момента говоря. Не е толкова елементарно, но сега за идеята, най-малкото което е, вижте откъде, от коя колона само започват данните. Нали? Това, което вижда клиента. Обикновено на колона П. Всички екселски шитове почват от 5, нали? Както и да го погледнеш. Тоест, ние тук клиента вижда само наистина най-крайното нещо, вкарва там едни данни и нашата задача от тук е всяка седмица да събираме информация, даден човек на кой ден, от коя спирка трябва да го вземем. Пак с query, пак по същия начин, само че не мога да натисна обикновен комбайн. Така изглеждат всички файлове, имайте предвид. Взимам си отново пътя до папката. На мене ми е добре. На тебе хладно ли ти да? Дай напред, защото точно в тебе влезе сигурно. Така. Get data, more. Пак ще контактуваме. Его да е фолдъра. Сега първо ще ви покажа каква масаница получавам, ако не обработя данните. Т.е. ползвам оня култов бутон Combine. И какво имам? Комбайн ден. Още един път комбайн трябваше да кажа. Добре. Само за да видите каква красота зарежда. Първото нещо, което е, той се осланя на база на първия файл, който е в тази папка. Нали? Съответно виждате, че първия файл казва ADB. Викам, добре, айде на база на неогледен. Ние все пак знаем, че това са шаблони. Чудна работа. Защо толкова бързо ми се минимизира? Андро, кажи нещо по параметрите. Много забавна сесия връща. Не ми обръщаш внимание. Така, ето вижте какво стана. Значи, импортирам нещо, не знам какво се импортира. Това трябва да е първа колона, втора. Това трябва да е колоната с имената на файловете, откъдето взимаме данни. След това трябва да отговаря на А колона, която е невидима за останалите хора. Аналогично B, C, D, някъде там, по-встрани, още настрани дърпам, виждате. Ето това трябва да играе колона P, защото знам, че 16-та подред буква в азбуката трябва да е P колона и всъщност тези данни насам ни трябват. Тоест нищо общо с оная красота, която видяхме малко по-рано общо взето. И тук отново имаме 9.9 плюс реда. Да, мога да си поиграя, разбира се, да го обработя. Хубавата част, която направиха Microsoft от един момент нататък е, че аз имам примерен шаблонен файл, който се генерира благодарение на този комбайн, ето тук. И ако аз обработя този файл, то ще се отрази на всички останали файлове, които са в съответния фолдър. И тук това ми е мега готиното нещо. Де факто това играе ролята на нещо като кастъм функция. И бих могла да обработя, използвайки transform sample file. Това всъщност представляват, обърнете внимание, данните, това ви е от файла ADB. И съответно, обработвайки първия файл в нашата папка, то ще, по същия начин ще бъдат обработени и всички останали файлове. Чудно! Обаче, нека да ви покажа някаква бърза обработка тук. Взимам си само данните, които на нас ни трябват. В случая това са от цапските номера до спиртите включително, които ми трябват. Ето тая красота. Всичко останало не ми трябва. Казвам, махай се. След това много важен момент е, че ми трябват датите. Защото аз трябва да генерирам на база на коя дата, в коя смяна съответно ще е дадения човек. То тези дати много хубаво, обаче някаква идея, сега вижте как изглеждат тук данните. Това са всички данни. Ако филтрирам по първата колона за null, ще ми ще на датите. Тоест ще ми се запазят дати. Ето тук. Нали, махам тези и тези. Въпросът е другите данни на страни какво ми дават като информация. Ясно, събота и неделя не ме впечатлява, така че съответно изпиркат, така че това, което мога да направя като пореден степ в съответната обработка ми е точно тая. Филтрирайки тук по сапски номер да не е null, ще оставя само тези данни, които ни трябват. Следващия магичен момент е да зареда за главните редове. Красота. И сега какво трябва да кажа, за да може да стане така, че да виждам сапските номера, имената на хората, спирките съответно и всичко останало на коя дата съответно как трябва да е. Ей, тук сега се сложи един change type, виждате ли, където го заредия? Всъщност това са ми смени. 8.1 е редовна първа, защото редовна втора, да не ги конвъртва към дати. Така че маркирам тези и съответната спирка. Някаква идея? Unpivot. Право. Unpivot ми е магията. Unpivot add recalls. И вижте какво получихме де факто. Имате сапските номера, имената, спирките на тази дата, другото дата, на тази дата, това ми е смяната. Ето, Тракия, спирката срещу католическата църква и генерал Николаево, механат. Това е много интересен момент, всеки път да ги взимате и да ги оставят пред механата, нали? Аз винаги съм се забавлявала на такива. И така, супер, само че, имам проблем. Значи казахме, обработвам общо взето transaction sample файла и то би трябвало да се отрази на всички останали, както пише по книгите. Супер, обаче това не се случва. И това цялата магия е заради факта, че ние вече нямаме колона 1 като име в колоната. Ето показвам, тук вече са сапски номера, имена, спирки, дата и смяна. А в последната стъпка на обработването на тази query, което обединява всички останали, е change type. И този change type, ако го махна, нещата би трябвало да се оправят, защото всъщност той казва колона 1, направи го такъв тип, колона 1, която направи го друг. Обаче, still not okay. Вижда се много добре, защото тук има нещо друго, което не е като хората. И директно показвам откъде идва съответния проблем. Всички файлове, сега ще се опитам да минимизирам нещата, всички файлове носят, освен собствено си име, което е простовото екселско, вижте какво става. В същото време носят и шита, в който се въвежда съответната информация, носи името на файла. И така всеки файл има различен шит, който трябва да се обработва. Но винаги е първия, който имаме. И затова имаме заклинание, което може да оправи нещата. И то е... Къде съм? Отново ето тук. Магията е в стъпката с навигацията. Принципно първа стъпка ви е source, знаете. Нали, това е самата конекция към даден файл. И вижте на стъпка 2 navigation, вижте какво пише. Ето, това е магия. Тоест той казва на всеки един файл, избери шита, който се казва ADB, който е първия примерен, нали, който. Да, ама на втория файл вече не е ADB, както и на третия и на четвъртия. Сега, за да оправим тази цялата работа, много просто. И аз тук моля да зумне така. Пробе. Това нещо го махаме. Оставате само фигуралните скоби, на него място пишем заклинание 0. Това преведено на български език означава винаги използвай първия шит. И това е всичко. It's easy. It's easy, just refresh му викаме. Нали? Почти нищо не е, ама така това фитни, онова фитни. И сега вече в този тим трябва, ето виждате, поне вече се вижда, дали не е нужно да коригираме съответните данни. Сега, тук ще го клоузна това. Красота. Ма защо така ми се минимизира? Вчера като се цъках по моята екранчета не се минимизираше.
Днеска не е работен ден, Марзик.
Разбрах. Добре. Ще го се обада тогава. Така. И тук вече ще виждаме, имаме заредени 4378. Сега. Тъй като аз ползвам Excel, разбира се, и не знам, може някой да ми помогне тук за този BI, обаче аз обработвам примерно някакви данни, създавам си проекта и искам да го изпратя на клиент. И клиента вече има друга пак. Той трябва да разбира малко с малко от BI и да бръкне в кода и да си смени пътя до фолдъра. Има ли такава магия, само с BI, дето да си пейсне в една клетка, да речем някъде това пътя до неговия фолдър, без да ходи да влиза тук по...
Това, което ми хрумва на първо четене е, дефинирай си един параметър тип текст.
Така.
И в Advanced Editor, където ти е пътя към твоето, използвай параметъра, вместо да харкваш пътя. А пък за стойност на параметъра го задай този път.
Да, но пак трябва да го задам тук.
Ти ще го направиш това веднъж. След което, като приключиш с всичкото това нещо, сейвни PBIX като темплейт, като PBI-T.
Така.
За което той като го отвори в Power BI-а, после, когато е темплейт и имаш дефинирани параметри, той ще изкара един диалог с всичките параметри и ще попита за стойност. Там той трябва да се пейсне само пътя до папката и той ще го зареди.
Разбрах. Ние имаме по-просто решение. Екселско, разбира се. Това Excel е голяма работа. Като веднага показвам реалния този проект, за който става въпрос. Ще покажа друг път. Който изглежда горе-долу така. Примерно.
Ето по-лесно това да се сложиш пътя до там.
Да, ето вижте колко проста работа. Първото нещо, като се отвори в Excel, какво е? Сложи си твоя път до папката. Ето тук, само copy-paste. Това е толкова просто Excel, че няма на къде, нали? Но истината е, че вътре имам една друга щуротия, която чете в тази таблица, нали, де факто. Това ми се казва, тук имам два параметра, не един, два даже. Първия параметър е къде се намират събраните файлове от съответния тим. Втория параметър е къде де факто седи този файл. Това е защото в последствие се генерира един друг с VBA код, не за нещо друго. Тук обаче query-тата изглеждат малко по-трики. Показвам. И казвам, отворих ли това? Добре. Тук имам нещо. Имам два файла, примерно. Те ще сложа тази щуротия тук. Да видим какво ще стане. Един just easy, just refresh. Още нещо ми трябва без Teams. Защото има и други файлове, които ползваме. Обратно е. Това иска да махна тук. Пак е рефреш. Зареждаме вече нещата. Проверяват се разни работи. Това са ни заявките, с които работим. Сега показвам как изглежда съответно. Това са всичките заявки, с които де-факто се работи. И това са файловете, които ползват фолдъра. Но така, тук имаме една функция, която се казва getContent, която обработва един от всичките файлове, които са в папката. След което в ето тази заявка, с помощта на една custom функция, много елементарна, казваме следното нещо. Значи, обърнете внимание, това ми е source, филтрирам, ако имам отворени файлове, това правя на тази стъпка. И в стъпката Add Custom заклинанието е тая функция да вземе пътя до съответния файл, заедно с името. А отделно, втората функция, за която говорим, това ви е getContent, показвам, не знам колко сте запознати с query-та и заклинание EM. Това ми е параметър, който имам тук, FilePath. Но този параметър, ето го тук, където го ползвам, ти може би това имаш предвид там, нали, да се направи, само че там ще ми извади. Точно да. Но това нещо, за да го направя, искам да покажа как изглежда заявката, която използва тези параметри. И тази заявка, признавам си, не съм написала аз. Това е от моя колега Ken Pulse, който пише M like monkey, може би сте чували, много силен в тая. Но ние сме хитри. Какво правим? Взимаме копии, пействаме и си създаваме най-обикновена, красива, симпатична такава таблица, където екселската таблица има следните изисквания. Първо, тя да има име параметър, защото така пише в заклинанията, там не е с друго. Ако смените тук параметър, трябва там да ги сменим. Да има заглавие параметър като име на параметър и value като стойност на параметър. И това е всичко, което ни е необходимо, нали? Но това са немалко неща. Виждам, че имам 4 минути, пък ви обещах и да ви покажа онова с немците, където беше сериозната работа. Всичко аз. Дето ми се обади моята девойка там. Тук вече влизаме в DAX варианта, малко по-сложно от Just Refresh. Ето я табелето. Сезам, спри да се въртиш. Така. Много странен казус. Започвам от там, че това са и данните. Казвам само как изглежда. Тая щуротия за мен то няма никаква структура. Абсолютно няма това, как му вика, unstructured data. Абсолютно. Защо? Какво всъщност представлява тази информация? Тук имаме една колона brands. Това е като марки, си го представете, в които house бранда е нашата марка, а пък другите брандове са конкурентни марки. Но продуктите, които предлагаме, са едни и същи. Примерно. И цялата идея е да сравняваме продажби на база продукти. Тоест, ако погледнете в нашето портфолио, в сегмент 1, това е група 1, група 1, продукт група 1, в група 1 ние имаме продукти по номер 2, 3, 4, 5 за различни периоди от време, заради това се повтарят. И трябва да ги сравняваме с продукти 2, 3, 4, 5 от друг бранд. Но тук тънкия момент е, че ако ви сме на филтъра, примерно това на бранд 1, махна нашия, вижте, то по бранд 1 има 2, 3, 4, 5, айде да видим 2. Бранд 2 обаче вече има продукт номер 1, 2, 3, да, от всичките общо взето ги има, нали? Сега тънкият момент идва така. Ако бранд 1 предлага продукт 2, а пък ние не предлагаме такова нещо, то не искаме да правим сравнение, защото ще ви се изкриви процента успеваемост на базата, на която сравнявате. И сега тук дойде един много тънък момент, той ми и таблицата. Обикновено какво правя? Един обикновен калкулейт, умножи прайса по волюма и филтрира по хаус бранд, нали? Всичко ще бъде точно. Ама не. Ето как изглежда това в един модел. Аз преди да отворя модел, защото вече съм го натъманила, дето го викаме. Искам да покажа как изглеждаше, или поне какъв беше казуса на първо четене. Казахме само тая таблица, друго нямаме като информация. И казваме така. Имам един межър, който ми умножава цената по количеството. И имам един межър, който искам да гледам само същите продукти, само че за нашия бранд. Нали? И сега, принципно при мен пристига информацията в следния вид. Ето е така. И не само е така, и ето е така. Значи казваме така. Сметни ми, вече имам един межър там, който имам, на базата на така че бранда, бранд, той сега няма да ми разбере, че това ми е същата колона, трябва да е равен на хаус бранда, това е table. Ето скажи да. Table 1, бранд, трябва да е равен на хаус бранд. Тоест търся тази колона, тук да пише хаус бранд. Дали е с малки, една количка ми липсва, ето къде. Сега това е мейджъра, който беше използван. Така, и сега вижте какво се получава. Де факто, окей, тук няма продукт 1, няма продукт 1. Тук имаме за група 1, за бранд 1, 27,700. Това е също и за бранд 2, това е също и за бранд 3 и така нататък, защото де факто ние филтрираме нашата таблица само по този критерий. И какво се получава? Тази сума, като гранд тотал долу, 51444, то навсякъде е едно и също. За всички брандове, които сравняваме. А ние искаме да сравняваме всеки един от брандовете, бранд 1, бранд 2 и така нататък, спрямо нашия, нали, така, за да може да определим съответните Какво направих? Разбира се, дръпнах едно query. Първо, дръпнах ли го, не помня, но май ги гледам, че съм го направила. Искам да го покажа. Едно query, което ми вади само видовете, списъка с брандовете. Още едно query, което ми вади само списъка с продуктите, от което ги зареждам в модела. Ето ми го прекрасния модел. 3 таблички на кръст, вързани помежду си с съответно едно към много. Table Product, Table Brand, това си е нашата таблица, задължително едно към много. И вече, за да работи като хората, нашия мейджър трябва да изглежда последния начин. И филтрирай, тук пускам един филтър, филтрирам цялата таблица с продуктите. И то Table Product, където този мейджър, който имам от предишното, съм Price Volume, това нещо е по-голямо от 0, т.е. имам някаква стойност по този бранд, този продукт съществува и в другия бранд. И казвам така, ето ви го филтъра. Дай ми стойност само за продуктите, които имат някаква цена или някаква продажба и в останалите брандове. И тогава чак филтрирай таблицата, само че не Table 1, а ни трябва нашата бранд Table бранд да е равна на House бранда. Тоест, Dimension таблицата трябва да филтрираме, за да можем да получим това нещо. И миг. Сега, тук целият модел трябва да се промени само с две неща. Този бранд вече не трябва да е от основната таблица, трябва да е от Dimension таблицата задължително. Ето ви го. Сега вече няма се по 25 навсякъде, нали? А имаме вече стойност и Grand Total, който имате тук навсякъде, е съответно за съответния бранд. Това беше като цяло от мен 3.33. Много благодаря още веднъж на Андрея, че се забави, защото аз си казах, че няма много да говоря, но се надявам да ви е било забавно и интересно. И сега за финал да не забравя да ви кажа, на 11 ноември правим България Excel Days. Събираме от цял свят величие. Те ще ви говорят по-хубави заклинания от мен, така че добре дошли сте, ще чуете, като му дойде времето, другия месец пускаме сайтовете. Благодаря ви още веднъж. Андрея, нещо каза ли ми, че мога да предлагам бира на хората за нещо? Или каза за мен тази предложение? Добре, айде, стига това. Чао, чао.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit. empowering your business to be well equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams, because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that one in three Indavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Indava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Indava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Yeah, that's one. Audio for, there we go. Yeah, audio for the other one. Second one, not communications.
Audio output, yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, first one.
The second option.
Yeah. Oh, actually, not that one. Last one, actually.
Microphone and HD Pro, that's there, yeah.
And then you have to set. It seems to be okay. Testing.
Okay.
And holding you like in a science one.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this is working, yeah.
Cool, ready to go? Okay, so yeah, like I said, I'm Lazarus Gestivopoulos and work on all areas of Power BI really, okay? So what we're going to be doing today is going to be a demo-led session. We're going to be taking a Power BI report and we're going to basically be optimizing it for mobile. So just very quickly, like I said, I'm Laz, I'm Power BI or Principal Power BI Consultant at Adatis. Now, for those who may not know who Adatis are, Adatis is a Microsoft-focused data and analytics consultancy. Apart from that, Adatis is a Microsoft Gold Partner in data platform, in cloud platform, data analytics, and various other areas as well.
The screen's not being shared.
So the screen's not being shared?
Yeah, can you go back to the thingy? It happens, don't worry, everyone has technical problems. So
no worries. That one?
It happens, yeah. Okay,
Perfect.
so hopefully this is okay.
Okay, no worries. There we go.
Yeah.
Let's jump back into the slides very quickly. Okay, so yeah, that's Adatis. Quick introduction to who Adatis are. So what we're going to be doing today, like I said, we're going to be optimizing the report, but more importantly, we want to make a report look and feel as good as a standard report does. And now, if anyone here has created Power BI mobile reports in the past, they would have realized one thing. The capabilities that we have for the standard authoring experience versus the mobile authoring experience have been very, very much far apart, right? In fact, from my experience, working with previous customers as well, it was almost unusable in the very early stages in order to marry up to what is available in the standard authoring experience, okay? But that has all changed. More issues?
Sorry again, you are sharing the presenter view.
Okay.
It does happen. So
No, that's fine. So I'm showing the presenter view. If I go to share screen again.
Sorry about this, this is weird. Just start presenting, no, actually start presenting, and then share the screen. Sorry about this, don't worry, everyone had the exact same problem.
Yeah, no, I'm cool.
So
there we share that screen, yep. And we'll go back in here. And we'll do window.
So entire screen. Yeah.
Top man, thank you. Okay. Hopefully that does the trick there.
Sorry about this, guys.
So let's jump back in there. So now I can't see the screen. That's fine. We can stick like that. Okay. So like I said, it was very, very much detached. But the good thing is over the years, more capabilities have come into play and this has brought them together. But more importantly, what we're going to see today are some new capabilities from this year, February, March, that really took Power BI mobile to the next level as well, right? So again, what are the objectives? When we finish this session, I want us all to walk away knowing how to create a mobile report that looks and feels as good as a standard report. Also to understand the different capabilities we have for Power BI mobile and how we can utilize them. And then also just some cool tips to always keep in mind when developing mobile reports as well, okay? So with that said, I'm going to move on to the demo-led session. So that's enough of slides for now. So I'm going to go ahead and open up Power BI desktop. Yeah, can you see Power BI?
Not yet. You probably
I need to.
When you need to turn off the thing, and you might have to reshare again, but we'll check.
Okay. Okay. Everyone can see desktop on my screen. Can you see on your end?
Reshare, please.
Yeah. Reshare.
Share and share again.
Okay. Stop sharing, and then we go back to window.
I solved that problem, but I had a sore neck fixing that problem.
Perfect. Okay. Hopefully everyone can see that as well. Yeah. Okay, so what do we have on screen? Well, we said we're going to go ahead and optimize our Power BI report for mobile. So of course, where we go is to Power BI desktop. Now on screen, I've created a report called Weekly Retail Analysis. I use it for my samples. And this report here is just being created by using some data combined from various different public sources and then created this here, okay? So we're going to optimize this report. But before I do that, I just want to show you the different elements that are on this report. That way, it makes a bit more sense on why or what we are creating for the mobile version of this. So very quickly, we have our sales versus last year, core KPIs here at the top. We have average transaction value, so ATV versus last year. We have units per transaction, so UPT versus last year. and we have conversion versus last year as well. So these are just very common retail KPIs, right? Then we have the breakdown by week, we have the breakdown by month to date, and the breakdown by year to date. Also in this report here, we have the breakdown by region, day of week, and stores. So apart from that, we also are using a background image here as well, which makes the report look a bit nicer, but more importantly, we can layer items on top of it, okay? And then there's various different interactive elements in this report, right? We're not going to go through all of them, but one I'm going to transfer over to mobile is what we have over here. So by default, we're seeing sales by region versus last year. If I select the button here, automatically now I see ATV by region versus last year. I then see UPT by region versus last year as well, and so on. So this is being done through bookmarks. So why am I highlighting all this? Well, everything I just said now, we're going to take this and transfer it over to a mobile optimized version of a report as well. So to do that, where do we go? Well, we first select the view ribbon up here and we select on mobile layout. And once I do that, we are then instantly taken to the phone emulator. Now, Microsoft described this canvas in various different ways, but the initial one was phone emulator, so I just stick to that, right? So just some cool history before we actually start doing this. Initially, there were not so many cells on the grid. I know it's quite hard to see on the screen probably there, but the number of cells on this grid was a lot less. And what that meant was when we tried putting items on this canvas, it was very difficult to actually place them anywhere. They then, of course, increased the cells and they took it one step further. They then allowed snap to grid to be turned off, right? As I just did there now as well. And just to make sure everyone can see that there, if I just do that, snap to grid. When they gave us this option here, so we can turn this off, this basically gave us pixel perfect placement of our items, right? So in other words, it gave us the same the same authoring experience as we have in the standard authoring experience. We can place our items wherever we want on the canvas, right? So these are two things that really took Power BI Mobile forward, but apart from that, later on, we're going to see some features from this year that really took this to the next level as well, okay? So with that said, let's now go ahead and start adding some items to our report. So a good place, of course, to start would be maybe with a title, right? So if I go ahead and add a title onto this canvas, right? So desktop title, I'm going to drag it on there. I'm going to go ahead and expand this. We instantly start to notice, quite rightfully so, that this does not look correct. We are taking something from the standard view and we're trying to use it in the mobile view, right? It's not been optimized for this purpose. What we need to do in reality here is change the font color and the font size. So to do that, I'm going to go back to the standard view, right? And what we need to do here, in fact, we need to copy the existing visual that we have on screen, and we need to paste it right next to it as so, okay? And now this is what we're going to optimize for a smaller screen. And that's the thing that we always need to keep in mind here, right? We need to think about the usability of the users. They're going to have this either on the tablet or on the mobile screen. So again, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to reduce it to 18. Apart from that, I'm going to reduce change the font color from white to black, because of course, naturally the canvas is white. So we want to be able to read this. So that's what we have there. Just a quick tip as well. Whenever we use any sort of text boxes, shapes, etc. for Power BI Mobile, let's do one thing. Let's select the item. Let's go to selection. And notice here, right now, this is called desktop title because, of course, we copied it from here, right? And it just inherits the same name, right? So you can see desktop title is down here. So it just inherited the same name. But what we want to do instead, everyone, we want to quickly rename this to mobile title instead. And now that we've done that, if I can zoom out, now that we have that, we'll go back to the phone emulator. We'll delete this from here. I'll scroll down and look for the new title. And by the way, this is why I renamed it to mobile title. And I promise you, when you are creating reports with many visuals, it's going to get very frustrating looking for the items unless you label them correctly, right? So mobile title, And notice what's happening already. It's starting to look a lot better. But here's the thing. I'm now going to select mobile layout to take me back to the standard view. And of course, the obvious issue here is I have 1 and I have 2 being displayed. I want this one to be for the standard view, and I want the other one over here to be for the mobile view. And what I find many people actually do here is they select this, they go to selections, and they say, well, I saw a little hide icon here, so I'll hide it from there. Perfect. So I've added it into the phone emulator. I now can't see it on this screen, so it must work. But in reality, again, it also hides it over here, okay? And by the way, you can't unhide it in the phone emulator. So what's the solution to this? I'm going to go back to the standard view, if it lets me. That's not a solution. We need to unhide this. And in reality, stay with me here, right? I know this isn't going to be the ideal solution, but we'll come to some newer capabilities in a moment. I need to take this and hide it behind another visual, okay? I need to hide it behind another visual. And right now I'm just using my map analysis, right? And of course, naturally, you'll see that this is above the map analysis because we've placed this one after the map analysis. So you can see in the selection panel, the layer order, the mobile title is right at the top. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select that, go to format, and say send to back, okay? And now if I go into mobile layout, I can now see my weekly retail analysis titles appearing here correctly. And I can see it's not appearing here as well. So, not a great solution, right? And I'll highlight this, especially not a great solution if we was using visuals, right? So whenever we use visuals and we use this approach, it can be very bad for performance, right? So that's something that we need to be thinking about when using such an approach, right? I'm not too worried about doing this with text boxes, right? And we'll see examples why afterwards. But again, with visuals, this will be problematic. And apart from that, these are the new features that have come out this year that help us resolve this and remove the performance issues we've been seeing before as well, okay? So we're going to keep that there for now, right? We're not going to explore the other feature for now. Apart from that, that new feature I mentioned, that's in preview mode, right? So keep that in mind. So if we want to use that, we need to enable that through the preview features as well. So let's continue as it is for now, because I can imagine some people will come to reports, see this sort of visuals hidden behind other visuals and think, what's happening here? So let's try resolve this first. So now that I have my text box hidden behind, I'm going to go back to my mobile layout as well. And let's continue our development. So what we're going to do, let's now say our users told us, hey, when I'm on the go, I'm visiting, I don't know, various different stores. I need to also be able to track my sales. That's fine. So let's add as an example, sales on here. So I'm going to look for my sales KPIs. There we go. And I'm going to add my sales month to date on there as well. And by the way, I'm not too worried right now about formatting because when we use background images in mobile, that's when we can start focusing about how do we make this look a little bit better. And apart from that, of course, one thing that they want is they want to be able to see sales by region, okay? So if I want to see sales by region, I'm just going to drag that on the screen here as well. And there we go, okay? So now that I have this, two things worth highlighting here. The first one, if I look at this visual over here, it says sales by region. But what we said at the beginning of this presentation is we want this report to look and feel as good as a standard report, right? Not just look. So in other words, we want the same functionality in a small mobile screen for when users select ATV, sales, or UPT, the visuals change for that as well, right? So that's one thing that we need to do here. Apart from that, and this is a very, very common scenario, this visual here is not optimized for a small screen. We can make it look better, right? For example, look down here, we have the title called region. For such a small screen, we need to look after the space that we use. We should remove that. Apart from that, look at the titles, they're being cut off. Also, the data labels up here, so you can see for some columns, the bubbles are simply not able to fit in such a small screen again. So these need to go as well. And also, maybe we can reduce the primary y-axis and the secondary y-axis too, okay? So let's now go ahead and see how we can do all this. So I'm going to go to I'm going to select mobile layout again to take us back to the standard view, right? And bear with me, right? I'm going to show you the way we've always done this, and then I'm going to show you the new features as well, right? So let's go ahead and reduce sales by map analysis once again. What we have to do here, everyone, is we have to take this visual, copy and paste it, okay? And place it somewhere here. Now that we have this, this will be the starting point for our mobile optimized visual. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to just expand that so everyone can see it a little bit more. And now I'm going to apply the various formatting that we need for a smaller screen. So what did we say for a smaller screen? We said we want the x-axis values to be reduced. We want the title to be gone. We want the y-axis to be reduced as well. And also the secondary y-axis to be reduced. And then lastly, I said the data labels, right? So I want the data labels maybe to be inside base. I want them to be vertical, and I want the background to be off. And notice already, if I just zoom in, how much better that is starting to look for a smaller screen, right? All the numbers can be seen. There's nothing being cut off for the users as well. So I'm going to zoom out and say that is our first mobile optimized visual. Now that we have that, we also said we need in the mobile to see average transaction value, right? So as you can imagine, there we go. And I'm sure we're all seeing or agreeing on the same thing right now. This is a mess, right? Imagine trying to maintain this as well, right? And I've worked again with few other clients in the past where every single visual in the report had to be duplicated because it had to be rendered or displayed differently on a small mobile screen. And we'll see the additional problems we come across when that happens. So for now, I'm just going to quickly do the same format in here. I promise I won't do it for UPT. I think we get the point now. In fact, I might just purposely leave it for UPT so we can see the true difference once we've created this solution as well. So let's go ahead and reduce all that. We'll go to data labels, inside base, we want that to be vertical, and we want the background off, okay? So that's the second one. And the third one, we're just going to copy it, but again, no need to do formatting. There we go. So I'm sure as report authors, if we all come across a solution like this, we'll be thinking, oh, this is something I don't want to look after or maintain, right? So the good thing is, though, we have now mobile optimized visuals. But here's the other challenge that we always and should have kept in our minds as well, right? When we have these visuals, we now need to think, well, how else do we need to configure these in the current report? For example, we said that we want this mobile report to be dynamic with bookmarks. If I select sales, I only see sales here, but over here, I still see 3 visuals. If I select ATV, the same thing goes for here. So again, another challenge with this approach was we had to also configure it with bookmarks. So let me just go ahead, everyone, and quickly show you what I mean by that. So for example, if I select the sales bookmark, right, I am now going to say, well, for the sales bookmark, I want the UPT and ATV mobile visuals to be hidden. So I'm going to update that. For the ATV one, I want the UPT visual and the sales visual, right, to be hidden. So I'm going to update that. And here to UPT one, we want the ATV and the sales to be hidden, and we're going to update that. So now what happens? If I select sales here, I can see sales for both my standard visuals and sales for my mobile optimized visuals. I can see ATV for the mobile, the standard, and the same thing goes, and the same thing goes for the UPT as well, okay? So now that we have all this here, as you can imagine, what we have to do now, I'll just place this somewhere like that. What we have to do now is we have to go ahead and hide this once again behind another visual. Naturally, it will always come up above. So I'm going to select my map and I'm going to say to my map, hey, come to the front. So now as a user, I come in here, I see weekly retail analysis. I don't know anything else is existing, right? To me, as a user right now, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to go back to view, select mobile layout, and let's remove sales by region. And let's not forget, this is the standard visual. So we're going to remove that one. We're going to go ahead and look for the mobile one, which is this one here. And look already how much better that looks for a mobile screen, okay? Here's the major problem with this, right? It looks good, it does work. We used to do this approach all the time, right? With big solutions. However, if I go back into the standard view, like I said a moment ago, a user will land on here and they will eventually get some major performance issues, depending on how many visuals you've duplicated, right? So like I said before, I worked in a solution, right, that let's say had 20 visuals on the canvas. Every single one of those visuals had to be used in the mobile canvas, naturally. So in other words, we duplicated 20 visuals and hid them behind something else. Let me show that here by going to the Performance Analyzer. So if anyone hasn't used Performance Analyzer before, all we're going to do, we're going to start recording, we're going to select refresh visuals, and what this does, it refreshes all the visuals on screen, it renders them, and gives us a time in duration that it took to render based on different factors such as the DAX, such as the data being pulled, and such as the visual being displayed. But why am I doing this? Over here, we have something called sales by region. Let's look for it on here. There we go, sales by region. And you can see that when I select it over here, it automatically tells me where it belongs on the canvas, which is over here. But here's the trick. Below it, we have the exact same name, right? If I select that, on the canvas, it doesn't show anything, but if I hover over, that's the visual hidden behind another visual. This here is generating a query. So the more visuals we duplicate, the more the possibility that we will have some performance issues coming into place, right? And this is when afterwards, we used to go down another rabbit hole. I had to start changing DAX measures and try optimizing them even more. But I'm happy to say the features that I'm mentioning from February, March have changed the entire way we approach this, right? But again, it's in preview mode, so make sure we enable it. And then also just keep in mind, it's still in preview mode, okay? So with that said, what are we going to do? Well, let's go ahead and show you these new features that we're talking about, right? So we're going to go to mobile layout. If it works, mobile layout. There we go. And I was purposely avoiding this. If I select visualizations here, right, it looks fairly simple, but this is really powerful. If I go ahead and select any visual, right, look at that. We now have the same formatting options as we had in the standard view, always, now being displayed in here as well. And this is part of the history of mobile authoring in Power BI. Previously, we didn't have bookmarks. Previously, we didn't have selections. Previously, we didn't have the formatting options. So they've all slowly been added to the mobile authoring experience. As we know, mobile authoring is becoming a lot more common as well. So what do I do with this? If I select a visual and I apply some changes over here, it will only apply it in the mobile version. It won't write anything back to the standard view, okay? So before we use this, just so we don't think no trickery is happening here, I'm going to go back to the standard view and I am going to delete everything, right? We do not want to follow this approach anymore, right? So we're going to go ahead and expand on this. I always like deleting stuff from here, by the way. It just saves me from deleting the wrong thing. So sales, I want this to go. ATV, I want ATV to go. And also UPT, I want UPT to go. So we don't have any mobile optimized visuals anymore, okay? So let's go ahead and collapse these as well. And now we're going to go back to the mobile layout. Here we go. And we're going to add, once again, our sales by region. So I'm going to select sales very quickly there. Onto our mobile canvas. And this time, we are going to go to Visualizations panel and apply some settings here. And notice, when we do this, this is the first time, we start seeing the changes physically being made in the phone canvas. Apart from that, you notice now, if I zoom in, I have this little icon appearing there as well, right? We'll come back to this little icon because we don't get this in the standard authoring experience. But very quickly, I'm just going to turn off some of the things that we don't want in here because we're going to now view this through mobile screens as well. So I want the secondary y-axis also reduced. And I want my data labels once again to be inside base. I want them to be vertical. And I want the background to be off as well. Look at that. And then we're going to go one more time to ATV. We are going to drag on ATV. There we are. We're going to drag this down. And I promise we are only going to do it for ATV. We get the point now. We won't do it for UPT. We'll drag on the values as well. Secondary, let's reduce that. For the x-axis, I forgot to turn off the title, right? I want the title to be off. And then also for the data labels, what do we want here? Well, we want this, as we said before, inside base, vertical, background off, and we are now happy with the formatting, okay? Just last one, I'm just going to drag it on, no need to format it differently. Somewhere like that there. Expand it. And I will leave it there. Perfect, okay. So we've now used the new mobile features to format our visuals. If I quickly select one and I hover over one of these little icons here, notice what it says. Some settings in this category have been changed in the mobile layout and won't inherit changes made in desktop. So that's the key here, right? We are not duplicating any more visuals. We're keeping the same visual, applying different formatting, and it doesn't get written back to the standard authoring experience. And to make sure that that works, we are going to go back to the standard report. So select that. And you'll notice instantly the sales by region over here is exactly the same, right? It has not changed with what we did in mobile. The bubbles are the same. It also has the title, and then the axes are still the same font size as well. So again, what does this all mean? It means firstly, the mobile authoring experience is now catching up to the standard authoring experience. It means no more duplication of visuals. It means no more needing to maintain hidden visuals, and this can get complicated. And then it also means reducing the chances of having performance issues as well, okay? So this is the right approach to follow now when we have this sort of scenario. So if I now go back into mobile layout, But we said something. We want to make this report look and feel as good as our standard report. And looking at that, it's starting to come together, but we can make it better, right? So the first thing that we have in the standard report is a background image, right? And that makes a big difference. So before I open up the background image, what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up this PowerPoint here. Perfect. Okay, I might have to zoom in. This is just PowerPoint. It's just slides, right? You can use Photoshop, you can use Adobe Illustrator, you can use other sort of graphical tools. Sometimes it's easier just to use PowerPoint. I go into design, I go into slide size, custom slide size. I made this one here 10 centimeters and 51 centimeters. I took some time to play around with this because depending on how you want to create your mobile solution, you have to change this around a bit. And then afterwards, all I've done here is I basically took different shapes, I overlapped it on top of each other until I created my background image in PowerPoint, right? So this is just all items laid on top of each other. A tip, make sure you export this as a high resolution JPEG image. If you don't, it won't look good in Power BI Mobile. So what you have to do is you have to change your hardware settings, go to PowerPoint, and then you can change it from there as well, okay? So once I export this as a JPEG image, I then go back into Power BI, and we need to now add the background image here, which again, previously, this was not possible due to some major limitations in mobile authoring. So I'm now going to select mobile layout once again to go back to the standard view. Here's the standard view. Now, when we're creating mobile reports, right, or standard reports, I can select here and I can go to, let me close some of these down, visualizations, formats, and then you'll notice in the format we have options for the canvas. In mobile, this is not the case at all. We don't have this. So what we have to do, and I hope this does come in the near future, but what we have to do now, we have to add the background image as an individual item, and that causes some complexities, but we have solutions. So I'm going to go to Insert, Image, and here's the JPEG image that I exported as high res. Yeah, so I'm going to select that. I'm going to go to Action. Oops, where did it go? Here it is. I'm going to go to Style, sorry, not Action. Scaling. So scaling, I'm going to make that into Fit. So I'm going to zoom out there. Here is our background image. And you're all probably going to start thinking, well, lads, why are we doing this again? This, we do have to hide behind another visual still, right? I'm not worried about this. I'm worried about visuals. Visuals generate queries. Visuals have DAX sitting behind them. That's what causes performance issues. Apart from that, you're only going to have one image per page, right? So if I have one JPEG image imported as an image hidden behind something else, not a big deal, yeah. Hopefully in the future, we do have the option to embed it as a background image, but as of now, we don't. Just another little tip as well. I now want to change this font color to white, right? Because we now have a background image and a placeholder to blend this in. You can almost not see now the title. So what I always do, I usually say, you know what, I'm going to bring this to the front. And why did I do that? It just makes it easier to notice. If I do that again, format, bring to front, it just makes it a tad easier to notice that there is something else there as well, okay? But anyway, we now have that. So I am now going to go back to View, Mobile Layout, and just notice instantly how much a background image makes a difference, right? I'm going to drag the image on to the canvas, drag it down, whoops, there we go, drag it down. And by the way, you have to have a bit of a play with this, right? So I'm going to drag it down a bit more, a little bit more, somewhere like that, perfect. And here we have it. We now have our background image as we want it on our canvas. Previously, in mobile, you simply could not overlap any items, right? And again, that means background image was simply unusable. When they did allow us to overlap items, what did they do afterwards? If we added the background image in this order, right now this background image is overlapping everything else. What we would previously have to do is remove everything and then add it in the correct order, which was a very frustrating experience, okay? But now, because we have these two buttons, which they've added in here for us, all we have to do is we can drag the image below mobile title, as so, and there we have it. So we can start to see everything is appearing as expected. So what I'm going to quickly do now, I'm going to just drag these on somewhere. I'm not going to spend too much time, but if I did have a bit more time, I would, yeah, make sure these are aligned perfectly for our users. There we go, something like this. We also have the breakdown by region. So again, when we create our background images, we do this after we understand the design of the report, right? We understand where we want to place the different items, hence we create it based on that information. So here we have it. But apart from that, let's not forget, we also want these buttons to be activated as well, right? So I'm going to go ahead and add in ATV. So there is our ATV. We're going to shrink that down to make it fit to the right space. Somewhere like that. We're also going to select UPT, the bookmark. And by the way, everyone, this is the one that we did not optimize for mobile, okay? And you can already start to see the difference and how much readable the one we've optimized is, okay? Apart from that, our users now said, well, we need some additional visuals on here. We need to be able to track our ATV metric as well on the go. Hence the reason I added a little placeholder. So again, not going to spend too much time on that. I'm just going to quickly add this in here as well. And I'm going to add the month today. There we go. And then our final one we want to add here is our weekly as well. Perfect. And then on the whilst the users are out visiting their stores, right? Because let's say this is a report for regional managers, they want to see the performance on a daily basis. So every day of the week they see if they're up or down, and then also they want to be able to see the map analysis as well, right? Because the map analysis is super important in a mobile screen. Let's go ahead and add that. There we go. Perfect. So we can start to see our report is coming together a lot more. But I've again had previous experiences of this happening. A user selects the background image, and if they do this in mobile, this is what's going to happen. So I've previously had a few people reach out to me, the mobile reports aren't working. And that's because the user selected the background image, and now they're stuck here. And of course, in order for them to resolve this, they have to go somewhere down, find a little bit of white space, select that, and then everything else comes back. This made me not use background images in many cases as well. So that's one thing that we need to resolve before giving this to the users, because it makes it unusable, right? Another thing as well, you see over here we have 3 buttons, but in reality, these are not buttons. They're just part of the image. So if I go ahead and select it, I get the same problem once again. So let's resolve these 2 things. The first one is these buttons. We need to overlap it with actual blank buttons from Power BI that have bookmarks sitting behind them, okay? So here you are, sales button, ATV button, UPT button. I created these before. So I'm going to drag these, and of course, if I have more time, I'll make sure I align this a lot nicer. But I'm going to add this somewhere like there for now. I am then going to get the ATV as well and place it here as well. And we'll see how this all comes together. And we're now going to get also the UPT button as well from Power BI. Perfect. Okay. So we have these three buttons, but of course, bear in mind, a lot of the things in mobile view, you cannot use them as of yet. So we've done that. What we're going to do now, we're going to resolve this issue when we select the background image. So I'm going to go to my mobile. I'll go back to the standard view. And here's a trick, right? And a lot of people usually miss this. I'm going to select the background image. I'm going to say, and you have to do this first, we're going to say send the background image to the back. And now in mobile, when people select this, we need to make sure it remains there. So how do we do that? Well, we go to General, we go to Properties, we go to Advanced, and in Advanced, we have something called Maintain Layer Order. And if I hover over that, maintain layer order in read and view, even when selected. And that's the important part, even when selected. So I'm going to select this now, or toggle it on. There we go. Okay, and just deselect that. And there we have it. So now if I go back into my mobile view, and I select the background image, I'm purposely showing this, you see that it still overlaps everything, but that's fine because we saw in the description, it says in read in view. So whenever you see that in formatting options, it means after we publish it to the Power BI service, okay? So with that said, I'm happy now with the way this report is starting to look for a mobile view. Let's now take it and publish it to the Power BI service and see how it looks physically on a mobile screen. So I'm going to go back to mobile layout. Okay. And from here, I'm going to select home. I'm going to publish this. I'm going to save it very quickly. Okay. I created a Data Saturday workspace for us. I can see my battery is really low, so hopefully I can make it through that. Okay. What do I need? I need a lonely screen. Okay, so what I'm going to do, everyone, I'm going to try in time to hook up my screen to mobile. That should work.
We're not seeing the parts.
There we are. So everyone can see my mobile screen. I'm now on the Power BI.
We're not seeing that part, but I think that the reason for that, can you try to share just that part specifically? Just that window specific?
Okay, has anyone got a USB-C? John, you got USB-C on you?
There's also the possibility that that part is not allowed to be shared. It's also a possibility. It's so far. It's your battery, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, USB-C, do you have it? No, USB-C, what? Sleeve.
Charger.
Oh, yeah, yes. C2C. Sorry.
Perfect.
That works.
What is that? Okay, I need to take out the camera for this one though, unfortunately.
Okay, no worries, we still have one.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. There we go. So where does that go?
In the phone.
No, it's not the phone, the laptop.
Oh, you need to power it?
Yes.
Ah, okay, good. Told me that.
Apologies.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was the phone.
No.
That's easier. That's actually easier.
Yeah. Sure.
But in any case, you're not sharing the correct one.
Okay, we'll sort that out.
Wait a minute, you unplugged the
camera.
The screen actually. No, you actually unplugged the screen.
Oh, is that the screen there?
Oh.
Okay, that's going to be problematic, isn't
You
it?
have like two?
I don't, unfortunately. It's fully charged as well, believe it or not.
Try this.
Oh, there we are. Perfect. Amazing.
Okay, should be okay.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, You might need to share. Oh yeah, it's there. Exactly.
Yeah, you can see on your end?
Exactly what we need.
Perfect. Okay, so what I'm seeing, so what we all see on the screen is a Power BI mobile app. So I'm just controlling that through my phone, and we just want to see the results, right? So I have a workspace I created, Data Saturday. I'm just going to go to the report and just show you what we just did, right? Oh, can't see anything.
It stopped the play.
Thank you for calling that out.
I think it stopped the play. This is the day we have all the technical problems.
Yeah, there's loads of technical issues, aren't there? All right, let me try that one more time.
It happens.
Okay, I'll stop mirroring one more time. Go back to mobile. Hopefully that does the trick. I'll try it one more time on that.
Okay, so your screen is now not being shared.
Okay, I'll hook that up in a moment.
If that works, share.
Okay, so you said my screen is not being shared. Let's go there. Let's show that. Hopefully you can all see that. Perfect. Okay, so this is the report that we just created. Sorry?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, perfect. So this is the report we just created now. So again, we can see that we have the UPT on here, which we didn't optimize. And now these buttons here are all working as they would naturally work in the standard view as well. So that's me toggling between them as well. We also have, of course, the breakdown by day and we have our sales map analysis too. Other interactive elements that I didn't have time to show today, but everything from our standard view can be used in here as well. So for this report, if I hover over a bubble, you notice that we have tooltips appearing above, for example, this location, or if I go down here to Portsmouth, if I select the bubble, these features also work in here as well. Messing up a little bit there. If I select that, hold it down, there we go. Okay? Oh, it's not working on the screen, is it? Okay, it's lagging from my end, but I'm going to skip that aspect there for now. Okay? But another thing I just want to quickly show as well is the background image. If I select the background image now, I've selected it. It doesn't overlap what we previously would have had the issue with if we didn't enable maintain layer order on. But here's the thing, if I rotate it now, this is our standard report. Look at this report in landscape mode, and then if we view it in portrait mode, we can see how much more in line and aligned they look compared to what we would previously have in mobile as well. They would not look like they come together, okay? So to be honest, that there is how to optimize the report and make it feel as good as a standard report as well. So that is everything. Hopefully you found that session here useful. Hopefully you took some features and capabilities away. And again, by the way, the process that we followed here was take an existing report and optimize it for mobile, right? Everything we saw today, we can use all these features if we wanted to create a mobile a report from scratch as well. So yeah, thanks again, everyone, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and by the way, everyone, I have a prize here. If anyone wants a very, very cool hammock, I'm open to any questions. Best question gets it? No? Okay.
Are you offering that?
Yes.
No, that's good. Maybe for someone else.
Do you have any questions? No?
The question can be as simple as this.
Yeah, exactly.
the reason to create that image if we can make different boxes with color and just place them in the mobile version?
Yeah, that's a very good question, in fact. The reality is, unfortunately, there is the level of control that we have in Power BI Mobile on the canvas is nowhere near as good as what we get in stuff like PowerPoint or Photoshop as well.
It will be impossible to line it even.
It would, we can align it. Yeah, we can align it, but for example, things like, I don't know, some colors, gradient colors, being able to use various different shapes that are simply not available in Power BI. That's the reason why I always create it in PowerPoint. You will always get a much better looking background image if you create it in PowerPoint or in Photoshop or anything like that. And apart from that, it makes it a lot less fiddly, because having all these little items all around the canvas afterwards just becomes a lot more harder to maintain rather than storing a single JPEG image and using that. Yeah.
But in general, we can do...
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you just want to use some shapes, I mean, Power BI have improved the shapes over the years, right? We have a few more shapes available. Yeah, you can. Previously, if it was a very super simple report, I would just use maybe lines as dividers, right? And use a text box. Yeah, there's nothing stopping you, but you won't make it look nowhere near as good as you can by using PowerPoint or, again, something like Photoshop. Yeah.
Are you familiar with add-ons to Power BI from Zebra BI?
Yep, so custom visuals from Zebra BI, yep.
And what is your attitude to that?
Yeah.
Add-ons?
Have you got any particular visual in mind? Because there's so many.
Just general conception about business standards for visualizations. They are pretty simple, with just 2 or 3 colors and not so many grades.
Yeah. So you're referring, that's the standard visuals that we have in Power BI, right? So in comparison to maybe using something from Zebra BI. So they have really good visuals, right? I have used some in the past as well, but my sort of approach to visualization in general is I always like to use the most basic type of visuals, right? Because my priority when I'm creating a report, it would be more to try and portray the message in the most easy way to digest the information and make a decision, right? So I always try to stick to the visuals in Power BI desktop. If for any reason the visual that I really need is in there, then I would use something like Zebra BI visuals. And the reason why I would use Zebra BI visuals is because I believe most of the visuals, if you go to the market and select them, you have a little blue tick. So that means they're certified visuals. So when something is a certified visual, it means that it's gone through a set of rigorous testing in comparison to other visuals. So that might be okay to use, or is better to use, rather than visuals that haven't got the blue tick. So that's my approach, really. I always try to stick to the standard visuals in Power BI desktop, right? I don't believe a dashboard is boring, right? I believe a dashboard can be really cool, sexy at the beginning, but that runs out very quickly once users say, okay, now I need to make action and take decision. I don't care how beautiful it is, just give me my numbers, right? So that's my sort of approach on that. Hopefully that answers the question. Yeah, cool. And if that's the only question, you in the hammock. Yeah, okay, cool. Thanks again, everyone.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.